Welcome everyone to tonight's meeting of the Port Phillip City Council. The City of Port Phillip respectfully acknowledges the Yalukit Willem clan of the Boonwurrung and the traditional owners of the other lands we meet from today. We pay our respects to their elders, both past and present. We acknowledge and uphold their continuing relationship to this land. So while councillors and officers are meeting tonight at the St Kilda Town Hall, members of the community will be participating virtually via the Webex platform. This meeting is being streamed via Council's webcast page and Facebook Live. Now, whilst we've planned for this online meeting, there always remains the risk of technical issues arising that are obviously beyond our control. If we do experience these difficulties, we will adjourn the meeting for a short time to resolve the issue. And should the issue not be resolved and the meeting cannot continue, we will adjourn to a later date, and the details for that date will be circulated as early as possible. I will remind councillors that when we are not speaking, we will have to wear our masks according to the rules as per the state government. So please wear your mask at all times. If you are drinking or eating, please put your mask back on once as soon as you can. I do remind all attendees online that anyone participating in tonight's meeting must extend due courtesy and respect to Council and the processes under which it operates, and must take direction from the Chair whenever called on to do so. Speakers must remain respectful, and statements or questions must not be defamatory, offensive or objectionable and aimed at embarrassing a councillor or a member of Council staff, or relate to a matter outside the powers of the Council. So let's start with apologies. Councillors, do we have any apologies? Obviously, we're all here, so we'll move on to declarations of conflicts of interest. Councillors, are there any declarations of conflicts of interest for tonight's meeting? There being none, let's go to the presentation of reports. We have one item for consideration this evening, and that is the Council Plan 2021 to 31, the Municipal Health and Wellbeing Plan, the Revenue and Rating Plan, and Budget for 2021 to 2022 adoption. So firstly, we will hear all comments from, on this report from members of the public. All requests to speak were required to be submitted by 4 p.m. this afternoon. Okay, so let's go to this. So firstly, I will call upon Josh Sensel. If you could state your name and suburb and then please speak to the item. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor, can you hear me?
We can, yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So Josh Santel from St Kilda East. So I'd like to speak about the adoption of the budget tonight. I'd like to urge councillors to vote against a rate increase tonight, which is extremely unfair to residential ratepayers. Residential rates revenue will increase by 4.5% this budget at a time when families and their businesses have faced some of the toughest economic conditions on record. Residential properties are being hit with a double whammy tonight. Firstly, a rate increase to the maximum that the state government will allow. And secondly, a redistribution of rates away from businesses and industrial properties and towards residential properties. Have you asked yourself why the maximum rate increase needs to be extracted from ratepayers? No doubt council officers have told you all about the rate cap challenge, which says that if you don't take the maximum under the rate cap system, then the loss of compounding will mean that council won't be able to function in 10 years' time. I can assure you that council will be just fine. Eventually, council will need to review its processes and become more efficient. You can help this process along by not allowing council to cover inefficiencies by just extracting more money from ratepayers. No services need to be cut, arts funding can continue, and Port Phillip will continue to be a great place to live and work. It will just have an efficient council that spends carefully and doesn't waste funds. The redistribution of rates from commercial and industrial properties is because their rates are often charged based on rental return, and this has fallen due to lease payment freezes or lease cancellations. Many in the industrial, commercial and landlord ratepayer categories will see rate reductions. This means the burden of rates falls even more to residential ratepayers. Port Phillip already has the highest residential rates of neighbouring local government areas. A vote of no tonight will send a message to council officers that business as usual is not acceptable. You are our representatives in local government, and you represent the owners of 74,500 properties as well as renters. Voting for this budget abrogates your responsibility to all the people who voted for you to stand up for their interests. Ratepayers of Port Phillip will make sure that ratepayers and residents across Port Phillip know the results of tonight's vote and that councillors are held to account for their decisions. Please vote no.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question, CEO. So I'd like to ask a clarifying question. Have council officers told us, given us any information that we would not be able to operate in 10 years' time if we were to take the rate cap? Oh, if we were to take the rate cap?
Through you, Mayor, no, we haven't. We've pointed out the financial challenge of that, and we've also given council throughout the budget process options around various rate increases, including service cuts, and I'd also add that in the budget tonight, and Mr Carroll may help me with the numbers, but there's significant efficiencies already built into next year's budget, on top of a number of efficiencies we've already achieved. In fact, in terms of the rates cap challenge, I think the last time I looked, it was about $90 million and about 70 million of that was being met by efficiencies, including benefits coming from the CX program. So the other point I'd make, just to clarify, is that at no time have we been in control of the budget process. We've been directed through a number of workshops and meetings with council in terms of putting options before them, the councillors as a whole, being asked to cost those, and then putting those back to council to see which options they wanted to take up. So I think the inference that it's council officers in control of the budget process. Yes, we're in control of the costing process, and yes, we're in control of following up options that councillors wish us to pursue, but the decision making through this process has sat wholly with council.
Thank you. I now call upon Rowan Measday. Are you there, Rowan?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could state your name and suburb and then please take your 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, certainly. So full name Rowan Measday, suburb Elwood. Now, tonight I'm speaking to council requesting that council extends the FOGO trial until the full rollout in 2022, which I do believe may have been added into the budget already, so that's fantastic. As I know that the 2 bins that we have, I live in an apartment complex, and the 2 FOGO bins that we've been provided have been full on just about every single fortnight since they've come out, which has not only ensured that our food and green waste is being disposed of correctly, but it's also helped prevent the overfilling of our general waste bins as well. And I'd also like to show my support tonight for the creation and building of more bike paths and lanes in the area. As someone who does ride my bike almost on a daily basis, I feel much safer when I'm able to ride in a dedicated bike lane, especially after reading some comments recently online of people who'd said that they'd like to actually run over cyclists that are on the road. So I believe that the cyclist bike path, not only would provide a safer experience for the cyclists, it'll also help encourage more people to get out and ride their bikes, increasing the health of the residents of Port Phillip. And I think, when it comes to the budget, I think the City of Port Phillip should be putting environmental things such as bike paths and FOGO at the forefront, regardless of whether it includes rate increases or not. I think environmentalism and putting environmental decisions at the forefront of decision making is key to all councillors in our local area. So that's all I've got for tonight, guys. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot now we have buttons to press. I now call on Emily Millwood. Emily, if you're there.
Yes, thank
Great.
you, Mayor.
Emily, if you could state your name and suburb and please speak to the item.
I'm Emily Millwood from Elwood. Today I speak on behalf of local residents with regards to the FOGO trial. We are aware that as a result of many submissions that was received and heard on the meeting on the 8th of June, that it has been decided that a continuation of the FOGO trial for Elwood will be included in the budget for another 2 years. We wanted to thank you for this decision, and I'm speaking tonight to ensure that this decision is upheld in the final decisions for the budget. We have huge waste issues across Australia and the world, of which green and food wastes are a major contributing factor. The EPA is introducing their new regulations on the 1st of July, which have a huge focus on waste and include a clear mission to reduce the amount of waste going to landfill. They make it very clear that diversion from landfill is paramount. We certainly have the means to divert our green and food wastes from landfill, as shown over the duration of the FOGO trial. People in Elwood have shown just how much these FOGO bins are needed, as they put them out full every fortnight that they are collected. But it's not enough to have the knowledge or the means if we don't act on it. Now we have a moral obligation to follow this through so that we don't leave the next generation a legacy of waste issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I call upon Dan Peel. Dan, are you with us?
Yes, good evening, councillors.
Dan, yeah, great. Welcome. Could you state your name and suburb and then please speak away?
I'm Dan Peel. I'm from Port Melbourne. I've got a business here and I've been asked by my staff to speak tonight. So I'm speaking on behalf of 10 people that pose questions that don't really require an answer. They're just for consideration on the basis that they've watched the behaviour of the council and they have concerns. So for those Port Melbourne councillors, these are your people. These are the people that you should protect and serve. They're all residents. They're all nice people who deserve to be treated by council with compassion and honesty and respect. They're all very fragile due to COVID restrictions, which has brought about a loss of income to their families. They worry about making their ends meet. They worry about their bills. They are not emotionally robust at this time. They worked all their lives to afford to live in Port Phillip, and they simply are some of the residents in the majority that you never hear from. Why is council so callous towards us, they ask, while at the same time so compassionate to others who ask for handouts? They believe they deserve consistency and predictability in their cost of living, not uncertainty and not additional costs. They want an effective, efficient council who can make the tough decisions, not a council that says yes to almost every type of request, which pushes up costs and rates. They did not see an increase in services provided by the council from the increased rates last year. No green bins, no free parking in front of their houses. Other suburbs get this and cheaper rates. Why are ours so high, they ask? Are we trying to do too much? Or are we making bad decisions? Anita wants to know, what will council be known for? What will this one be known for? Satisfying the real issues of the community, building for the future, or politicising small interest groups, keeping council and councillors busy debating, discussing and catastrophising the possible effects of not dishing out money to their whims? Terry wants to know, if we pay for the Gay Pride March as we do in Festival, why can't we stick that logo on our letterhead? Why do we have to pay another $140,000 to a rainbow tick to show our support? Mike's piped in and he said, well, if we gave millions of dollars worth of property to the Gay Pride Centre, why can't we stick that on our letterhead? Why do we have to give another $140,000 to the rainbow tick to show our support, which is already more generous than most councils? Sam says, why are we sending hundreds of thousands of dollars to East Timor? They're not even in our community. We have to step over addicts in our streets who are not cared for. Local money for local issues, please, says Sam. Stop international grandstanding. It's not your playground.
So, Dan, you've had your 3 minutes. If you could please wrap up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm speaking for 10. I'll take another 20 if you don't mind.
No, sir. I ask you just to please wrap up.
Okay. Patrick says, who was spat on in the street, why give millions to grants and donations when it's unsafe to walk to 7-Eleven?
All right, thank
Where's
you,
the
sir.
priority?
You've had your time, so thank you very much. I now call upon Ron Burgraff. Are you there, Ron?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ron, if you could state your name and suburb and please take your 3 minutes.
Oh, good. Thank you. Good evening, councillors. My name is Ron Burgraff and I live in Middle Park. Migrating to this country in 1956, I grew up in the northern suburbs. I worked hard, I built a business, employed people, paid all my taxes. I worked in and around Port Phillip and I loved what it offered and I hope to one day live here and raise a family. I'm a resident of 26 years. My wife and I saved enough for a deposit on a then $500,000 house, which was a lot of money then. We raised and schooled 3 kids, looked after 2 ageing parents, and we worked hard. I'm now 68 years of age, and I'm still working hard. I'm having to work hard to keep what I've got. This year I'll be paying more in council rates than I will pay in income tax. I worry how things will go once I can no longer work. I've seen neighbours that have lived here longer pushed out simply because they no longer can afford to pay rates. I've heard the term degentrification of Port Phillip bandied about from both council and councillors over the years. I'm by no means the gentry. I don't have a title. I'm not rich. I'm earning 40% less than the average council worker.
Ron, I'm going to ask you to not make assumptions like that. That's a statement that's not.
What, that I'm earning 40% less than council workers?
Yeah, we can't clarify that, so I'd ask you to keep moving on past that comment, please.
Well, I'm earning $75,000 a year this year.
Sir, I've asked you to not make aspersions like that.
I don't know what you're getting at. Can you just let me finish what I'm
I've asked you to skip over that part and move to the next.
I don't have a butler or a castle. I take offence at being branded as the gentry. The rich people, the greedy landowners. This constant rate increase is driving good people out of their homes. The irony is that in future, the only people that will be able to afford to live here will need to be rich. This degentrification program being mounted by council targeting ordinary people needs to stop. Councillors, stop thinking about yourselves. Put your political leanings, pet projects and egos aside and start thinking about your community. Stop hurting the people that really matter, the contributors that work hard, pay their taxes and don't look for handouts. Step up and take control of this council. They're not your friends, they are public servants that work for you and the community. You have the power. Make the changes necessary to stop this constant rate rise madness. Please vote no to this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon Bruce Armstrong. Are you there, Bruce?
Yes, I certainly am.
Bruce, if you could state your name and suburb and then please take your 3 minutes.
My name is Bruce Armstrong. I live in Albert Park. I think we all acknowledge that the critical mass of revenue available to spend in the city of Port Phillip comes from ratepayers. Whilst I admire our councillors' aspiration to be community leaders, there is a view that constituents have long been categorised into groups. And it's my belief that once you do that, you destroy the very empathy that enlivens the community. Is it not time to show some real leadership by creating some will within your most significant financial cohort? In 2021, you have a chance to do that. To miss voting no to a rate increase will be seen as an abject failure. Comparable with the abject failures in the repetitive council meetings which ad nauseum debate passion projects increasing spend outside the disciplines of the budget process. Where is the structure and discipline that includes these items in the budget process? Does leaving them out of the budget process give an opportunity in public to pit group against group? And why are you all so keen to do that when at a glance, the draft council plan April 2021, page 47, refers to $80 million of spend over 2 years on renewals and upgrades? This has so much scope for savings to fund all these passion projects and provide the rate freeze so desired by the ratepayers. Is any councillor able to inform the ratepayers what this budget entry really means? My guess, have any of you considered this spend as an on-needs health and safety basis providing due diligence and accountability to each of the dollars spent. I urge you to vote no for a rate increase. Get one-time opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I call upon John Spearings. John, are you there? John? Should we come back to John? Yep. All right. I call upon Rhonda Small. Rhonda, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and councillors. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Could you please state your name and suburb, and then you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Rhonda Small and I live in St Kilda. On the night that the draft council budget was released, I listened to councillors say they wanted to hear from the community during the community consultation phase to follow about the service and program changes proposed and about the 1.5% rate cap increase. And the community responded with 553 written submissions. As well, some 90 people spoke at the special council meeting on June 8. What was apparent to me reading the submissions and listening to the speakers was that very few were focused on getting more money back in ratepayer pockets via a rate freeze. Just 35 of those 553 submissions and around 12 of the 90 speakers. Most wanted council spending focused on the many, not the few. Most did not oppose the 1.5% rate cap increase. Instead, what did most people focus on? They wrote and spoke about programs for the common good of our community, like the arts organisations who contribute to our vibrant cultural offerings, or for greater equity and open space across Port Phillip through free access to the Ripponlea Gardens. They spoke about wanting greater action on climate change to secure a sustainable future for coming generations. They wanted the quality subsidies maintained to support our community-managed childcare services and a range of other community programs. They did not, in fact, ask for handouts, as one speaker claimed and as speakers tonight seem to be claiming. They asked for you as councillors to make decisions that invested in our community and did not just serve the individual interests of a few. So I was sad, yes, really sad, to see that as a council, you could not unite in response to that community feedback and agree together not to implement proposed cuts to the services and programs people wrote about and spoke so passionately in favour of. I do acknowledge and applaud the restoration of core funding to the 6 arts organisations and subsequently a return to triennial funding, as well as the maintenance of the Port Phillip Urban Fresh Food Network. But surely you can do more in the context of the $2.6 million boost in 21-22 revenue that has just been revealed. I hope that there will be significant amendments put in the chamber tonight that show your commitment to invest in our community and not to cut the services and programs we value. And I ask you to restore our faith in your capacity as a council to listen to the weight of feedback you asked for and received, and to respond appropriately. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Is John Spearings with us? Yeah, John, are you there?
Yes, I am.
John, if you
Can
could
you hear me?
Yeah, state your name and suburb and please then speak away.
Yeah. John Spearings, I live in Elwood. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. 2 months ago, council asked the community to engage with the new council plan and budget, and the community responded in record numbers. The deliberative community workshop, the council's pop-up community conversations, council's online survey, individual submissions, presentations to the special meeting on the draft budget, and Progressive Port Phillip's convened public ward meetings attended by 6 councillors all showed strong support for investing in and building the Port Phillip community, not cuts to it. I just want to highlight the response to one proposed service change. Reduce Port Phillip and community organisations and community programs. There were 195 submissions online against and 98 for. There were 6 individual submissions made to council against that reduction. The context in which council proposed this change and others has altered significantly. From a predicted loss of $13.6 million this financial year Council is now forecasting a $3 million deficit, a $10 million turnaround. Cash-backed reserves estimated in the draft budget to be $76 million in 21-22 are now forecast at around $93 million, an adjustment of $17 million. The other important context that you must consider tonight and that the community must consider is the growing gap between rich and poor in the municipality. Median house prices in some parts of Port Phillip are going through the roof. Recent Australian Tax Office data show that taxpayers in postcode 3206 have the third highest average incomes in the state and amongst the highest in Australia. Accelerating inequality in incomes and wealth is eating away at our social cohesion and our empathy for one another. That's why Sport Port Phillip and related programs that engage Indigenous residents, people with disability, people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, older people, and people living in social housing are so important. We can use Council's strong budget position to further entrench inequality, or we can take practical steps like supporting Sport Port Phillip and related programs to alleviate a growing divide. Cutting programs like this to build cash for capital for the future comes at a cost to the people who need council support the most and to the fairness we need at a time like this. Thank you.
John, thank you. I keep forgetting to put the button on. It's helpful. I call upon Victoria Wilding. Are you there, Victoria?
Through you, Mayor. Victoria's not in attendance, but I do have a short statement I can read on her behalf. So the question says, my question relates to wages and costs at council, and why are we as ratepayers not being given honest and direct answers about these costs by the responsible council staff member, and why are councillors not speaking up when staff members fail to address the point?
I'm going to ask the CEO again. I feel like, are we not getting transparent information as councillors?
Through you, Mayor, I'm going to get Mr Carroll to point out where people can see that and respond to that question. I may add something at the end.
Through you, Mayor, I believe that we've been absolutely transparent with staff costs. It's very clear in the budget how much we're spending on staff. It's very clear in the budget how many FTE we have. It's very clear in the budget what the movements are and what the drivers of those movements are. I think we've discussed it many, many times over many years, and particularly in this budget process, we've given councillors every information possible to support any questions they've had around staff. Without any further information of what the accusation is in terms of how officers have misled the council or not responded to questions, I'd need to get very more specific on that, but as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, and the enterprise agreement's a public document as well, as far as I'm concerned, that we've been absolutely transparent, honest and fully responsive to councillors and the community when they've asked questions about it.
If I may add to that through you, Mayor, I think in the draft budget submissions there were some very erroneous statements made around the relative wages of City of Port Phillip staff. My understanding, I'm not sure how they arrived at some of the assertions that were made, but one potential error was dividing a point-in-time establishment, which is the number of staff in the organisation, with the full-year operational budget, which is probably not good maths to try and get an average wage because our establishment varies at different times at point in time. I'd also add that a number of the reasons behind the additional surplus in your budget tonight are from vacancies, so where we have held positions, either because services have been seized and impacted by COVID, we've held positions and then delayed at some points in recruiting those, or had difficulty recruiting, and those have been handed back as savings for council as part of their surplus tonight.
Thank you. I call upon Judy Gunson.
Madam Mayor, sorry. Yeah. I'm just wondering if when each person is speaking we could lower our mask to speak. It's just a bit hard to hear.
So whoever's speaking, right, lower their masks. Yeah, I think that's a good. That's
if
a good
everyone's
point, Councillor
comfortable
Clark.
with that, including the officers.
Yep, great, thank you. I call upon Judy Gunson. Judy, are you with us online?
I am, thank you, Mayor.
Could you state your name and suburb and then speak away?
My name is Judy Gunson and I'm in East St Kilda. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. I would like to speak to the amount of money in the budget for sustainability. A majority of Australians consider climate change to be a pressing problem. Sorry, can I just interrupt my speaking? There's a feedback problem I'm hearing as I speak.
Yeah, well, how about I'll put you back to officers. Oh, hang on. Can you adjust that? Sorry, Liam, I can't hear you. Just hold there, Judy.
Thank you.
Judy, do you have any streaming device watching the meeting at all? Going on at your end?
I've got the Webex thing up.
Yeah, that's probably... Oh, Webex shouldn't have the effect? Sorry. Just bear with me while I get advice on what to suggest.
Maybe just turn your mic.
I could always turn my volume down and just speak.
Do you want to try again? And I'm going to try and turn my mic off and see if it makes a difference. Do you want to try speaking now?
Thank you. Oops, where am I? A majority of Australians consider climate change to be a pressing problem and believe that governments should take more urgent action on climate. That's much better, thank you, Mayor. Yet governments everywhere are afraid to act or happy to do the least amount possible. Scientists tell us we have only this decade to make a difference. The Port Phillip Council has declared a climate emergency, but we are not acting as if there is an emergency. What does emergency mean? What would it mean to take action commensurate with the terrifying problem we are facing? We need to find out what our community is prepared to do. If this council is serious about its commitment to our climate emergency declaration, the community must be brought into this decision-making process in a deliberative way. Only by deeply involving our community can we empower the sort of action that is necessary in the time we have left. The Victorian Local Government Act calls upon local councils to engage with communities in deliberative processes and to take our climate crisis as a central issue to be addressed. In line with this legislation, I call upon the Council in this year's budget to fund a citizens' assembly to take place within the next year in order to develop a climate emergency plan. Citizens' assemblies have been successful worldwide in finding solutions when governments cannot. They are highly effective in engaging communities and give government the authority and mandate to act. This is not the time to be making further cuts to an already small budget allocation to sustainability and to rest complacently on current plans. Let us take the opportunity given to us by the requirements of the Local Government Act to empower our local community to act on the climate emergency we are all facing. We might be surprised by the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. I call upon Rob Marnie. Rob, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, if you could state your name and suburb and then please speak.
My name is Rob Marnie. I live in East St Kilda. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. It was interesting to hear the many accomplished and erudite speakers at the budget meeting last week addressing a wide range of issues, including the pruning of important community services, defunding local arts groups and highlighting the need to take climate action seriously. Did many of you listen carefully to what the people were saying last week, or did you allow the remote process we're enduring here to blunt your senses? I hope not. But by the results mentioned by a previous speaker, it seems you might have ignored them. These voices will only get louder and more numerous if you neglect them. Now, Any harsh words I speak are born out of frustration and the desire to let the truth be told. Like most people, I'm guilty of ignoring the undeniable drift toward extinction for too long while pursuing my own dreams and expecting others to do the work. I'm happy to support a rate increase too, incidentally. Right now, when action is needed desperately, our state and federal leaders are procrastinating and equivocating about climate change. You, the elected representatives of our council, have a real opportunity to make a difference on a local scale, which would no doubt have a knock-on effect to state and federal politics if you choose to lead by example. For instance, you are already, theoretically at least, in partnership with other Melbourne councils in declaring and planning towards mitigating the climate emergency, which could be a powerful process, but Port Phillip doesn't appear to be acting on this seriously as Stonington Council, for instance, who are planning a comprehensive climate emergency plan. In referring to the Local Government Act, I call upon the Council to include in this budget funding to create a Citizens' Assembly to assist the Council in formulating a comprehensive climate change plan. This process could only help guide you, empower your voters and encourage government bodies everywhere to act more boldly. Citizens' Assemblies work and enrich the political process. We need to think and act without the constraints of political brands to achieve much here, I think. Please join together and act now before we plunge into the darkest age of all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that's the final, unless there's any last changes, that's the final of people we have online, but we have received two submissions to be read out on behalf of members of the public. I will call the name of each member of the public and refer to the Head of Governance to read the summary of submissions. So Jason Rowder.
Through you, Mayor, the submission reads, I am shocked that some in Council ignore the financial struggles of ratepayers within the City of Port Phillip, showing complete disregard to the impact of any rate increase will have on so many that are at breaking point after a very tough year. Many ratepayers that I've spoken to have lost their jobs or had a significant decrease in their earnings over the past 12 months. Please don't further burden these people. Many are long-term elderly ratepayers that deserve to be treated with the same respect that they have shown Council for decades. The rates deferral option does nothing to help. It creates further stress on those already struggling. I plead with all councillors to freeze any rate increase this year, which has been incredibly tough financially.
Janice Harper.
Through you, Mayor. I would like to speak about Attachment 4, Sustainable Port Phillip. I have been involved with climate groups in Port Phillip over many years, and this is the first year that Council has gone backwards in acting on climate change. Earlier this year, Council declared a climate emergency, and we trusted that it would follow through in this plan and produce a climate action plan. Instead, we have a sad document which shows no strong action on climate, unlike our neighbouring councils. Council has withdrawn from any action on community emissions, even including assistance to residents who wish to install solar, and closed down the Enviro Leaders program and Sustainable Business Network. And what about all the big polluting companies in Port Melbourne and Fisherman's Bend, the factories and cement works and so on? I went to a program the Council ran 2 years ago about getting renewable energy into apartments. Why hasn't there been any follow-up? My question to councillors is simple. When will Council produce a climate plan which residents can be proud of?
Thank you. So that was all of our public statements. We do have an officer's recommendation, which we will be taking in parts tonight. Are there any questions for the officers in relation to this report overall? Or I will allow questions as we get to each section, but are there any questions that anyone would like to ask at this point of the night of officers? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just a query in item 3.3.1, reducing Sport Phillip. What is the current funding and what will it be reduced to, please?
That's Tony Keenan.
Through you, Mayor. Sorry, I just missed the tail end of that question. If Councillor could repeat it.
I'll do it. Through you, Mayor. There's an alt rec on that part now. It would be C's funding to Sport Phillip. So the word reduce is incorrect. We're going to propose an officer's alt-rec to that part, which is to seize it, the funding to Sport Phillip. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct.
Are there any other questions for the officers at this stage? Councillor Consolo? Yes. It can be either. Well, if it's very specific to a part, maybe wait there, but this is a general kind of questions before we get started. Up to you, though. Hold off for the moment. All right, are we ready then if we move to section 1? So, councillors, so section 1, just for the community at home, has two parts, 3.1 and 3.2. Do we have any questions for the officers on this particular section, section 1?
No, I'm happy to move it.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, I thought I'm happy to move.
Move the motion? Well, I'm actually at question time at the moment. So are there any questions for officers on this? Councillor Consolo.
Thank you. I have a question on item 3.2. So the budget papers speak about the residual rate cap challenge being 19 million over 10 years, down from 102 million through efficiencies and service reductions identified, noting that ones that might be voted in later on tonight might increase on this 19 million. What would be the implications on the 10-year financial plan if we had a rate freeze this financial year?
Chris Carroll.
Through you, Mayor, if we had a rate freeze this year, it would add approximately $23 million to the rates cap challenge over the 10-year plan period. So it's about $2 million for this year, but cumulatively the compounding impact would be about 23 million, taking the rates cap challenge to about just over 40 million over the 10 years, which would require additional savings or alternative revenue sources to address, noting that we've already included 72 million of efficiency savings in the baseline budget to reduce the gap to that level already.
Please continue. Councillor Consolo.
Sorry, follow-on question. When you talk about that 72 million in efficiencies, it's that it still has to be identified, or can you elaborate on what that actually means?
Through you, Mayor, that's right. Those savings, we haven't identified them yet, but the organisation is committed to finding them. We've obviously had a history over the past since rates capping was introduced, but even before then, since rates capping has been introduced over the term of the last councillors, we delivered about 54 million in cumulative efficiency savings. So we have a history of doing it. We've invested in customer experience, the council's invested in that, and we're committed to leveraging the benefits and delivering savings. The 72 million represents what we think is a realistic ongoing target in the context of everything else in the budget and the history of savings we've delivered in the past.
Councillor Bond.
With that 23 million rates gap, what would be the size of our total budgets over the next 10 years?
Do we have an answer? Is that, or to take that on notice, is that Chris Carroll or Dennis?
I can go through you, Mayor. I can give a pretty close approximation. Our expenditure budget this year is about 236 million. CPIing that for 10 years, it's probably going to be something in the region of 2.5 billion over 10 years.
Okay, Councillor Bond.
So just to clarify that, a zero rate rise budget would cause a $23 million rates gap in a $2.5 billion budget, which is under 1%.
For you, Madam Mayor, well, the 23 million would add to the rate challenge, the rate gap challenge. But if you want to calculate the 23 million over the 2.5 billion, that's about less than 1% impact. But as you would be aware, Councillor, at this stage, the city has a track record of expending ratepayers' money to provide the level of services that the city gets. So there would have to be obviously some decisions by council around service adjustments to offset that 23 million. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for section 1? So, councillors, we have an officer's recommendation for section 1. Do I have a mover or something, Councillor Clark?
Yes, I'd like to, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move an alternative motion, please.
All right, could we get that on the screen, please? I think we want section 1.
It doesn't look like it.
Oh, okay. So apparently, could you read that out, please, Councillor Clark, while they type it up, please? You don't have it in front of you?
Yeah. Oh, no, that's not it.
You need to read it out, sorry.
Yep. So, fairness to ratepayers, alternative motion. The City of Port Phillip resolves not to increase rates for the 2021-22 budget as a gesture of goodwill towards ratepayers, residents and businesses, and in fairness to ratepayers, and in response to the Council's declaration of an economic emergency in 2020. The Council acknowledges that rates are high in Port Phillip, particularly when compared to other councils, and that the compound growth of property valuations and council rates has resulted in unsustainable rates for every ratepayer, and especially those impacted by the COVID pandemic. The Council will fund the rate freeze, which will cost approximately $2 million in foregone revenues, or 0.9% of expenditure, to provide rate relief for residents and businesses in Port Phillip.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sirikov. I have a few questions before we speak to the motion. So do I need to wait till the motion is spoken to? Yep, so Councillor, or can I ask clarifying questions before we move to that? You need to speak first. Yeah, all right, so I'm going to ask some clarifying questions. My problem is that if it was a zero, we went to a rate freeze, it doesn't apply to, or does it apply to businesses as well as residential? Can I clarify that?
Yes, it does.
Through you, Mayor, yes it does.
Yep, and the other question is I don't think the statement that all ratepayers will get an increase, I don't think that that's true, that some rates will go up and some will go down. So I can't see the wording, but I'm not sure that that's... Yeah, so my question is, does it actually apply to every ratepayer?
Does what apply to every ratepayer, sorry?
I need the wording, sorry, I can't remember what you actually said.
Okay.
But you said something about every ratepayer, and I wanted to ask the question, does it actually, because I don't think every ratepayer gets a rate increase.
I didn't say that.
Well, then there was some kind of wording I'd like to clarify. Yeah.
You need to remove the uniform, the last sentence is removed from the uniform to NAV. Yeah. Yeah.
Remove that last sentence.
Yeah, that's the revised one I sent back.
Sure.
So is that correct, or is there more to it if we can roll down? Or that's the full motion? That is? Okay. Okay, could I ask?
The first section is missing.
What's the first section? If you could read that out again, please.
The officers have that. The first section says the City of Port Phillip. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
And what's the second part then? Okay, that's my question. Do we know that given that we know that some properties will have lost value and will not, or businesses will not have a rate rise, can we say legitimately that every ratepayer, it's unsustainable when some people are having a reduction? That's my clarifying question. Is that an actual accurate statement?
Through you, Madam Mayor. As a result of the valuation that was certified by the Valuer General effective 1st of January 21, if a ratepayer's property value decreased by more than the average decrease of minus 0.9%, they will get a lower than the 1.5% rate cap increase, possibly a rates reduction. If their property increased or decreased less than the average of 0.9%, they will see a higher rate increase than the cap. So at this point in time, there will be a variety of outcomes across the city with respect to that valuation.
Councillor Baxter.
Sorry, through you, Mayor, can I just add, we're unable to comment on the sustainability of paying rates for every ratepayer. That would depend on their individual financial circumstances.
Correct.
Thank you. That's a little bit of clarity. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, testing. Thank you, Mayor. I have a clarifying question. It says here that the rate freeze would cost exactly $2.0 million in foregone revenues. Is that figure correct? It looks suspiciously round.
That's a good point. You can make that approximate if you want to amend it.
Chris Carroll, are you going to respond to that one, though?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I think that would be the approximate impact for 21-22. It would be a $23 million impact over the 10-year financial plan.
Through you, Mayor, I can add some clarity on that. The rounding of the 2 million, it's 1.98 million, so it's pretty much on the ball.
Are there any more clarifying questions? No? All right, Councillor Clark, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I've been elected as a ratepayer of Port Phillip councillor and to advocate for residents and ratepayers for financial relief from the high rates that we pay in the city of Port Phillip compared to other councils. And I believe that we can achieve rate relief, particularly in these COVID times, for our residents and ratepayers and businesses, while at the same time maintaining the services that a local government needs to provide. To provide for a rate freeze for residents and businesses, councillors had to find a 1% saving of the current budget, their approximate 1% saving of the current budget, which, as my motion says, is about $2 million. Given that the revenue budget for this year and next year is around $240 million, I would have thought it was a relatively simple task to find $2 million, a 1% saving for residents. I believe, and I think having gone through the budget process with everyone in this room over many days and nights, that we can achieve an expenditure reduction of $2 million. And I've seen the hundreds of services and community groups and things that the council provides, which I think is absolutely admirable. Aged care, childcare, parks and gardens, sporting groups, homeless. I think you know, it's fantastic the breadth of the services that this council provides for our community. But I don't, I think that can remain as is, and at the same time we can walk and chew gum and be able to provide our residents with relief for rates for this particular financial year. A 1% saving is all we were tasked to do in this room, and we have a surplus, a cash surplus that's growing of over $4 million, and certainly we're not advocating that we should be spending all of that. We have an operating surplus forecast for next year of $14 million. How is it that we can't find $2 million out of that operating surplus for our residents? We as councillors are asked to find a balance across our community. And as I said, I've listened to all of the community groups that we support and think that that is largely appropriate. But our biggest community group is our residents and our ratepayers who actually elect us and fund this council. And in these times in COVID, with our businesses struggling, our residents being impacted, our pensioners struggling, we need to provide some rate reduction, and we need to ensure that our rates are affordable and sustainable. I hear a lot of discussion around the diverse community we have in the city of Port Phillip, and we love the diverse community, and I support that. But if the rates become unsustainable and unaffordable, and we won't continue to have a diverse community. And I've heard people talk about, you know, not everyone here, people forego things in their life to live in this city. And they do that because they love it here. Affordability crosses all levels of our community. And so we need to be mindful in considering our residents in the same way that we consider our community groups in how we support our community groups and how we support our residents. So I think we do need to bring rates relief to the community in this incredibly difficult time that we're going through as a community. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Sirikov.
Thank you, Mayor. The past year we have gone through 4 COVID lockdowns, which has been devastating and stressful for our residents and businesses, both financially and mentally. At the last council budget meeting, council chose not to freeze rates, even though in 2020 it declared an economic emergency, and at a time when residents' wages were flattened or reduced, or they lost their jobs, and we saw many businesses close their doors or still struggle to exist. And coming out of the current lockdown, unfortunately experts are saying there will be more lockdowns to come over the next 12 months. So the financial stress on residents will continue, with challenging household bills and growing council rates. As we know, the Victorian state government has set a 1.5% cap rate on rates for 21-22. However, tonight's council budget, there has been a shift in rates, revenue raising from commercial and industrial properties to residential properties due to changing property values. This has resulted in a 4.5% increase in raised revenue from residential properties. What this also means is that for properties, if your property value does not change in value, your rates will increase by 2.4%. If your property value increases by 2%, your rates will increase by 4.5%. And going higher and higher, if your property rates increase by 10%, your rates will increase by 12.65%. And if your property value falls in value by 0.9%, your rates will still increase by 1.5%. Council favours rates increases because of the compound growth of the rates revenue, but this means ratepayers' rates will also see a compound growth, which makes paying rates after tax inequitable alongside paying your household bills. The message that the average rate increase for residential properties will only be around $26 per annum is not the whole story. Many residents will bear the burden of this rates increase, resulting in hundreds or thousands of dollars in a rates increase on top of already high rates. And that will continue to compound year after year. It was put to councillors that dividends to ratepayers are measured by the level of services and facilities that council provides. And they're great services. But these services are coming at a great cost when we don't even have FOGO or free car parking permits as other councils do. I have no argument with the rates being based on the value of a property. If your property is worth more, then you pay more for your rates. But rates are getting out of kilter in this council for the current financial year for, say, a $1.8 million property. Rates in Port Phillip are 60% higher than in Stonington, 22% higher than in Glenara, and 30% higher than in Bayside. Tonight's budget of more than $244 million includes not only rates from existing properties, but it will also include an additional $2.3 million from 1,200 new properties. This recurring additional rate revenue for new properties will happen every year as new properties are built and come onto the rates register. Council needs to only find around $2 million, or as already has been stated, 0.9% from the $240 million budget for a rate freeze. We also have a $4.4 million cash surplus. This is savings from ratepayers' rates and should be given back to ratepayers during these financially stressful times. We are not out of COVID-19. This is the time for a rates freeze and to show goodwill and respect to the ratepayers who pay their rates every year, year in, year out, especially when we are going through a once-in-a-century pandemic. So I will support this motion, and I hope other councillors will too.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Madam Mayor, can I ask a question of council officers? Can we confirm that my property would have 62% less rates if I was in the City of Stonington than the City of Port Phillip?
Is that for Dennis O'Keefe?
Through you, Mayor. I can share with you the average rates and charges per property assessment across those 5 cities. We obviously in the City of Yarra do not have a separate waste charge. So basically, to compare apples to apples, you need to add to the cities of Glenara, Bayside and Stonington their waste charge on top of their rates. So if I compare average rates and charges across those 5 cities, Port Phillip 1,836, Glenara 1,790, Bayside 2,228, Stonington 1,878, and the City of Yarra 2,111. So it's often the case because of some of the different reporting that LGPRF and other reporting methods are used, that there can be confusion with regard to the fact that we do not have a waste charge, whereas those other 3 cities do, and you need to compare apples to apples. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take this off. I'll speak against this motion. Obviously, it's interesting to hear Councillor Clark talk about a couple of meetings ago how sacred the some of the agreements we came to around the draft budget were and how they couldn't be touched, and now wants to come in and completely upend the budget with the biggest possible change one could make to it. It seems that what's good for the goose is apparently not good for the gander. It's clear that we know that in a COVID times that the community is hurting and needs support, and that's why we should be supporting a stimulus budget that puts money into the services that people rely on, and that the benefit that people would get from an across-the-board rate cut could not possibly match the benefit that they would get from some of the services that we provide, particularly when we talk about, Councillor Sirikoff talked about how property values drive rates. And that's true. Property values have the biggest influence on rates, far more than any decisions we make on the rates income that we wish to take. So if someone's property value goes up by 10%, that drives their rates up massively. If we made a decision for the next 10 years to freeze our rate income at exactly the same amount, but property prices kept going up, people would continue to see their rates go up and up and up. It has actually got very, very little to do with the decisions we make here as a council as to the amount of income we want to receive from rates. It's far more to do with property prices. So giving this money back, throwing it out there, would have very little effect on people's rates and provide very little relief, but would create a massive budget black hole, and I cannot support that sort of budgetary vandalism. We need to be really disciplined, and we need to make sure that we are able to fund the services that we need to provide as a council to this community. So I won't be supporting this motion, and I foreshadow that I will be putting the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Clark, for bringing forward this very well considered and thought out motion. There's really one question to be asking ourselves on a night like this, and that question is, if not tonight, when? Our businesses are hurting, our residents are hurting, our economy's hurting. We're hopefully at the end of a global pandemic when there is great economic hardship across this city. If not now, when? If we're not going to give our residents and ratepayers a rates break tonight, if not now, when? When will we ever do that if we can't find it within ourselves to do that here tonight? It will just never ever happen. So if not now, when? And I certainly urge my fellow councillors to support this. We can afford it. It's less than 1%, if you're concerned about the long-term impact. It's less than 1% of our long-term budget. And I've stressed that during all our deliberations on our budget over the past 6 months. This is a less than 1% problem. And we've seen what's happened with the movements in our surplus from the current year over the last 2 months even. That none of the numbers in our budget will land within 1% of where they are right now in our financial documents. So this is not a big problem. This is not a long-term financial problem for the city of Port Phillip. It's under 1%. It's something that we should be able to deal with quite easily with very little noticeable impact over 10 years. But it would send a message to our residents and ratepayers that we have heard them. We have heard the financial hardship that they are currently experiencing. We have heard their pleas for us to relieve them of the economic burden that is, for many people, their largest bill for the year is the council rates. And whilst it may be not large for some, it would be a very, very strong message from this organisation to our residents that we have heard you, we are listening, and that we will not put our rates up this year out of respect for the situation, the financial hardship, for the impacts of the pandemic that our ratepayers and residents are currently going through. So I very, very strongly urge my fellow councillors to support this motion. We will not even notice the impact over the 10 years. So yeah, I strongly urge you to support it.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Consolo.
Thank you, Rhonda, for your moving speech. You made excellent points. I understand it's been a tough year, and I've heard the points made through the additional focus on rates. So to constituents, please know that we've all had a wealth of knowledge given to us. We have asked difficult, thorough questions. But it's important for people to understand what part of the rates people pay that the rate cap actually addresses. The real issue for the big increase year on year are the increases in the property values for some properties, for which we have no control. No one complains about how much their property went up, except for when it comes to rates. It's a big problem, but the problem lies with the state government requirement of how rates are levied. It is a land-based tax. I think the ratepayers of Port Phillip play a vital role in advocating on this topic. However, there would be a greater result in shifting the finger-pointing to the state government, not council. So I will focus on what we do have influence over, and prices are going up all around us. This morning I paid my home insurance at a 10% increase on last year. We can see that there's a lot happening in the construction industry as well, looking at the price of materials. Everything is on the rise. It makes sense that rates have to go up too. The 1.5 rate rise is about $2 million, that's listed here. And if you divide that by 74,000 properties that we have, it's about $27. Now, I know that's not how rates are actually done, but it has to give it in some kind of context that people can understand. Some will pay less, some will pay more. And there are additional factors that we've already talked about today, like the real estate market shift that's going to further change that 1.5. And it's been a tough year for those extra factors as well. It's been said that we pay more than other councils. We do. However, I'd like to speak to one point that, our average capital improvement value is $924,000, but the mean capital improvement value is only $600,000. So you can see the shift is actually we have properties that aren't as expensive. Whereas if you look at Bayside, their average property price is $1.45 million. And they only have 46,000 properties. So there's lots of differences that you can't just quite compare one to one. Early in the process, I was preferring something more like a 1% rate rise. But in the end, how the cards fell, it was a choice between 0 and 1.5%. And I have gone with 1.5% back then, and I will stay with that today because that 10-year impact, and I understand what you're saying, that 1%, but that 1% sounds so easy but there's more efficiencies we've already talked about tonight that the councillors, I applaud and I think, acknowledge that a lot of work has been going on to get to the point we are here. It could have been way worse. And in the future, it's going to be hard to get those efficiencies. So we really can't just put it in the big pot that I know $2.5 billion is. It still needs to be addressed at that impact, in my opinion. And that's why I'm supporting the rate rise. I do worry if we stick to our guns and don't actually consider the information here that we've listened to in the last 8 months. And more importantly, if it doesn't go a certain way, that we're going to continue to see this division in our community. And it's not that we're not listening to people. I think we have a long game here that we have, not game, but like the long plan is over the 4 years, we're going to see a lot of ability to change. So we've already talked about, what about next year we look at the rating strategy? Can there be an improvement through that? Can we look at pulling the waste out as a levy? Would that be more fair? I'm committed to those kind of concepts, and I would also like to foreshadow that later in the night I'm going to bring a motion about helping ratepayers in this difficult time as well. So thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very sympathetic to Councillor Sirikoff and Councillor Clark, who are looking after the constituency who elected them. And yes, we know that there are some people doing it very hard, and I hear in both of their comments that they're concerned about some of the ratepayers out there who are in difficulties, as I think we all are. However, I'd like to make a couple of points. Point one, if we support this motion, we're making a decision not just about this year, but we're making a decision about the rates for the next 10 years. And I'm not sure that we can crystal ball into the future to see what's going to be happening in the year 2031. So if Councillors Clark and Sirikoff were looking at providing rate relief, I would suggest that they would look at supporting the 1.5% rate increase, but then looking at some sort of rebate to ratepayers so that they're only making a commitment for the 2021-22 financial year and not committing future council's decisions that we make tonight. And secondly, I'm pleased to hear that Councillor Consolo is considering a motion that's going to be providing rate relief to those people who will need it, and I believe there might be a couple of other councillors also looking forward. We are aware, ratepayers at Port Phillip, that many of you are doing it hard, and I know that a couple of councillors have already foreshadowed that if this motion is lost and the original motion is carried, that further on tonight we'll be looking at providing significant relief, not just for those individual ratepayers who are in difficulty, but I believe we're also looking at providing relief for business as well through other ways. So I urge councillors not to support this motion but to support the original motion, but I also urge you to listen to your fellow councillors when looking at how we can provide some relief to those people who've been really suffering in COVID by providing them some rate relief later in the evening.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Pearl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're all going to get lots of time to talk tonight, so I'll keep this brief. Councillor Baxter's 100% right. This needs to be a stimulus budget, and the best way to create a stimulus budget is by putting money into the people's hands that deserve it and use it the most, which is the ratepayers of the City of Port Phillip and the residents. This is $2 million that will go into Bay Street, Port Melbourne, Clarendon Street, into the South Melbourne market, supporting local businesses. Hopefully not large multinational corporations, but families. Those family businesses spend money, again, in our local community. They spend them on kids' swimming lessons. They spend them on local traders buying coffees for their staff, etc. This is a stimulus measure, and couldn't agree with Councillor Baxter more. That's exactly what this council needs. Councillor Consolo's right in terms of the system of rating is antiquated. It comes from over 150 years ago. It was imported from the United Kingdom. But you're also right, we can only focus on what we can control. And what we can control here tonight is the level of rate increases that we impose on ratepayers and on our community. The 10-year impact needs to be informed by history. And if we go back to the 2018 10-year forecast, you would note that 2017 to 2027 plan identified cumulative rate challenge funding gaps back then of $35 million. It's interesting to note in our current budget that gap's been closed to zero. So forward indicators of 10-year budgets, as Councillor Bond indicated, are very difficult at best to determine how accurately we get there, but these are not challenges that we can't overcome. It's a stimulus measure in some respects, and by holding it as a rate cut, it provides a 10-year benefit to the city of close to $22 million being incorporated into the pockets of ratepayers who are the people that need it most. So to keep it simple, councillors, I'd strongly suggest that you support Councillor Clark's well-worded and well-articulated motion that reflects a big portion of our community that needs some help at the moment. Like some of you here, I've sat in these meetings and budget meetings for 5 years now, and something has changed, particularly in the last 2 years. And many people put that down to a divided community or community groups such as the ratepayers of Port Phillip whipping up a storm of misinformation, as some people have put it to me. I don't see it that way at all. There is a silent majority of people out there that obviously elected 2 councillors that was very unexpected in the first instance, but the level of disquiet is only increasing, particularly in the past 2 years, and I think it would be negligent of us not to listen to that voice, and we do that potentially at a large cost to our community. Now's the time to do it. I've voted for rate increases in the past. I would happily vote for a rate increase if I think it's required in a budget, but I'm happy to support a 0 rate increase this year based on the significantly improved financial situation of the council over the past 6 weeks and the demand that currently sits in the community.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? I'll take my turn if I may. I'm really happy to consider giving a discount to rates because we are hearing there is need in the community. But the thing I'd like to point out is there are many things that are unfunded in our 10-year plan that are really important to our community. So the idea that this surplus has come at a time when things that should have been done or could have been done weren't, and that means the surplus has increased in the new year. So it doesn't mean those things are not there to be needed to be done. And I'll mention some of the really big ones. They're big ones and the costs are listed in our financial statements as catastrophic. Fisherman's Bend, soil contamination, climate change. They're costs that we cannot actually imagine right now, but they're going to be here, an adaptation at a shoreline that we really don't know what that will mean. So there are many, and I argued all the way through the budget process that I was very concerned that in our budget we had not funded the Elwood foreshore, that we hadn't, so although we know we can get some of the money, we haven't funded it fully. So I get we're in a better position right now than we expected to be, and I think that's great because some of the programs that we would like to continue hopefully will tonight. But I can't support this given that we have an option to give a rates discount, which only is the $2 million and doesn't affect the $23 million long term. And yet that number may change, but I tell you what $23 million buys. A new open space for East St Kilda. It could help fund the rest of Elwood foreshore. It might go to buying a park in Fisherman's Bend. The last one was about $20 million in total. So it might buy one park in Fisherman's Bend. And I think that to say that it's not a large amount of money is disingenuous. That's a big deal. Open space for St Kilda East, which has not got any. So over the long term, I think that's a better use of money. But I'm happy to consider giving targeted or a discount as a one-off discount, so not causing that financial burden on later councils. And real financial sustainability would look at taking the discount now and not putting it onto future councils. The other thing I just want to quickly clarify. When people talk about ratepayers, you're not talking about all ratepayers. We have a lot of renters in this city who have a right living here to all the different services and open spaces. There are some ratepayers that have views on things. There are not all ratepayers. We heard from people who also are ratepayers saying, I'm happy to pay the increase. So I think we have to be careful to not say it's all ratepayers. There may be certain groups of ratepayers being represented by members of the council, but it's not all ratepayers because I'm a ratepayer and I'm not represented by some of the views. So I think we just need to be really careful in the language. There are some people that, yes, would like a discount. There are others who are fine. My $25, I'd rather go to East St Kilda open space. So I think we just need to be really careful about the language that we use. We're talking about some ratepayers. We're not talking about the many, 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 many renters. So if we give a rates even in giving the rates cap, we're not actually targeting it to all the people that would go and spend it in the coffee shops because it won't see, the landlords might see it and a lot of them don't live in our municipality. So by saying we're giving a discount, we're actually not giving an equal discount. It's to some of our ratepayers. And that might be something we can consider as a discount, but I just think there's a lot of inaccuracies in the words that we are using. And I would much rather the money, the $23 million long term, be used to provide big, solid projects that will benefit the whole community, whether you rent, whether you own, whether you visit. So I won't be supporting this motion. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? If not, then Councillor Clark, would you like to close?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. It's quite amazing to be sitting here listening to this debate. I naively thought that that residents and ratepayers were a concern for councillors, and listening to this debate is disappointing, to say the least. We sit here, the last council, having called an economic emergency. I wonder what the previous councils had in mind when they actually called that, what they actually thought that meant. And yet some councils sit here comfortably and reconcile it with a 1% rate increase, which I find quite difficult to understand. And some residents, as Councillor Sirikoff mentioned, are going to experience an even larger increase because of the unusually large reduction in commercial and industrial properties. This motion allows for a full rebate or a rate freeze for pensioners, businesses. These are the same businesses that provide the jobs for the people that live in our municipality, and for the whole community to have rate relief. For the first time in who knows how many years in this municipality. I've certainly lived here for over 15 years and I've never seen rate relief. It is clearly within our capacity and our capabilities to find $2 million saving to fund rate relief. It's just not plausible that out of $240 million you can't find a one-off $2 million and manage the impact of that over the forecast with, let me say it again, a $14 million surplus forecast for next year's budget, of which we're saying that residents and ratepayers can't have $2 million of that. And we're also saying that we have a deficit this year of a forecasted around $11 million deficit. So the budget position is moving from a roughly $11 million deficit to a forecasted $14 million surplus. Yet there's no room in that for residents and ratepayers to get any relief. Most of the community don't understand that we have very large reserves, and that's a credit to the financial management of this council. And some of these reserves are in the millions of dollars, and they're important because they're there to fund important capital projects and upgrade projects. The Open Space Reserve has about $28 million in it, maybe it's 26, and it's there to fund open spaces. Yet we can't find $2 million for rate relief for residents. We have one of the highest amount of open space per capita when comparing other municipalities, yet we're focused on buying properties for this municipality to create open spaces, which may be an admirable cause, but we can't find $2 million to support residents and ratepayers in this time of COVID and the devastating impact that that's had. I've heard comments around the impact of property valuation makes more impact on people's rates and is most of the increase. And absolutely, if your property goes up, then your rates are going to go up. And I think I'm fine with that. But that ignores the fact that it is our job to make sure that we're not the ones negatively impacting on residents and ratepayers' affordability and respect that it's their budgets, particularly in this time of COVID. So yes, if your property valuation goes up, you will have a rate increase. But we can't be hiding behind that. And we should not be, as councillors, the source of the increase in the rates. That argument should not allow for councillors to hide behind supporting a rate increase because, well, the portion of your rate increase that comes from the council is pretty small relative to your property valuation. I think, some residents would be very distressed to know that our councillors think they know what's best in how spending their money. These are the residents who elected us. It's their money, not ours. And comments around, giving this money back or throwing this money out there seem to suggest we don't understand that it's not our money. It highlights a culture that, councils think the residents are there just to keep funding and providing more and more expenditure, more and more money for the council to spend. And as Councillor Pearl said, the residents are speaking. We are hearing their voices around the affordability impacts of these ongoing rate increases. So as councillors, we do need to consider our residents and our ratepayers as their primary concerns, their budgets, they're sitting around the kitchen table, the financial impact to them. How is it that all of the groups we want to fund. And for the rest of the night, we're going to hear about all the community groups who are all worthy and all the things that the rest of the councils want to spend money on. How can the ratepayer and the residents not be our primary focus along with some of the other community groups? We need to advocate for a balance across the community and not just vote for the pet projects that we like. We have to be able to support our residents. And as Councillor Bond said, if we're not prepared to support them in this year, when are we going to provide rate relief for our community? So I would implore you to vote for this motion and to send the right message to our community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Just before we go to the vote, we do need to clarify with the mover and seconder to put approximately $2 million. I just want to check is that okay with you, Councillor Clark and Councillor Sirikoff?
Yes, thank you.
Yep, that's fine. Okay.
That's fine with me.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're going to put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That motion is lost.
Division required.
Okay, we'll do that under division. All those in favour? Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl, Councillor Clark. All those against? Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Martin and Councillor... I'm having a mental blank, see, so I went out of order and I tricked myself. That motion has failed. So, councillors, I think we had a foreshadowing that if that should happen, Councillor Baxter, I'm having a moment. Councillor Baxter.
Yes, I'd like to put the officer's recommendation that should be up on the screen, noting the forecast financial improvement of $2.6 million and noting and endorsing a 1.5% average rate increase in line with the rates cap set by the Victorian Government.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Martin. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's been quite interesting to hear some of the arguments made here. Again, I simply want to make the point that governments exist so that we can pool funds and use those funds to achieve things that will benefit everyone in the community. So governments collect taxes, or rates are a form of tax, in order to do these things, and we can get a multiplier value by pooling that money together and putting it in big capital works budgets, large programs that are incredibly efficient compared to if we simply let the free market decide and a bunch of individuals might pay for a service here or there. So on that basis, when we need a stimulus budget, when we need to be putting money into the community in a targeted and effective way, the way to do that is by collecting taxes and investing that money into the community. It is the most effective way. It's always been the most effective way. I know there are a lot of people who would call themselves economic conservatives who would say, no, it's much better to let businesses disperse that money, but every single study and every single respected economist would disagree. Government spending is incredibly effective and useful, and that is what we propose to do here. It would benefit the entire community. I note that Councillor Clark in the last motion referred a lot to, that a rate cut, we need to do this for residents and ratepayers. It wouldn't be for residents and ratepayers. A rate cut would only benefit ratepayers. 54% of residents in the city of Port Phillip are renters. They would get no benefit whatsoever from a rate cut. So that's why if we collect this money and we provide the programs and the services that everyone in our community relies on, is a much more equitable and just way of distributing these funds to people who need it, people who are doing it tough, and to make the city of Port Phillip the wonderful place to live that it is, and the reason why many people choose to live here, despite how expensive the house prices can be, or apartment prices, depending on what you might be living in. people come here because the council has made all of these wonderful things happen. And if we didn't do those things, this place would not be a very desirable place to be. So that's why I'll be moving this motion so that we can get on with achieving great things for this community, making a more just and equitable society here in our patch, and improving things for the future.
Councillor Martin.
Fully support everything Councillor Baxter's just shared with us, and I note that back in February and March we as a council spent many days trying to put together a council plan based on what we thought were the available funds, and I know that there are a number of programs that were very dear to me that I didn't believe I could fund because I couldn't prioritise them high enough. We have a little more money available with the surplus, and thank you to our council officers for being so efficient and enabling that surplus to come along. Rather than not increasing rates, we can use some of that increase in rates to fund those programs that were held very dear by some of us, but we weren't able to fund, that we can put aside in the future for Fisherman's Bend, for FOGO, for green spaces. And as Councillor Consola has foreshadowed, I'd be very keen to see some of the money that we're taking in be going back and be targeted to those people who've done it really tough, both in business and in residential areas through COVID. So we're in the fortunate position to be able to do that as long as we pass this motion, which I endorse wholeheartedly.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Baxter, would you like to close?
Sure. I was expecting a bit more discussion, but I also just wanted to address the talk of efficiencies that was brought up before, and I just wanted to point out that our this year's budget and the 10-year forecast has baked into it an expectation of at least $1 million of efficiencies every year on year, for the next 10 years. So when we've heard some people say, oh, you know, why don't we just get the officers to look for efficiency? We are significant efficiencies. And every year it gets harder to squeeze blood from that stone. So it's a really big commitment we've already asked the officers to make, and to say, oh, look, it's only $20 million, $23 million over the next 10 years, we'll find that somewhere, the officers will sort it out. Literally asking them to triple what we've already asked them to do, which is a big ask. Which we have had to make a huge investment in our computer systems and other things in order to do. I think our officers can do what we've asked of them, but I think it's a bit much to ask them to do triple what we've asked of them. Other than that, I think that this is the best way for us to prudently manage our finances going forward, and I urge all councillors to vote for it.
Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That motion has carried.
Division required.
All those in favour? Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consola, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Martin, I'm going out of order again, Councillor Copsey. All those against? Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl and Councillor Clark. Again, the motion has carried. So that's section 1. Thank you, councillors. Let's move on to section 2, which we are going to take in 9 parts. Councillors, are there any specific questions of the officers before we move into the parts on this section as such? If there are none, I seek, there is a recommendation, which is part 1, which is 3.3 and 3.3.1. So, councillors, and there is an alt-rec, so it's approves. So, reducing is removed from, so it should say cease. We'll just amend that. Yep. Cease. So, councillors, do I have a mover for this section? Councillor Consola, do I have a seconder? I'll second that. Councillor Crawford to second. Councillor Consola, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, I have probably been the most user of the Sports Phillip program. I've really enjoyed it, and it's not us getting rid of it as because we don't value those kind of programs, but it's looking at, we need to find places to have savings. And I think that we should look at having, instead of an ongoing funding for something like this, go for some targeted ideas. Because sometimes I look at the program and it's a bit wide, a little bit reaching of not exactly what I would have picked, trying to fill the money, essentially. So although it's been a great program, it's been there for many years in different names, it's time to probably look at it in a different way and find some other programs like that at certain moments throughout the year when the money becomes available.
I don't need to speak to this. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor, I'm having a mental blank. What is it, Kat? Sorry, apologies. Councillor Copsey.
Do I need to hold? Sorry, mic trouble. I think we'd have enough practice unmuting. I will just speak against this. I think that particularly the last 18 months have shown to us that it's been a really difficult time for our community, and physical health and wellness and connection programs are absolutely vital at this time. So I'm not supportive of the cessation of this program. We've seen tonight that we have a relatively good position based on where we forecast when we started the budget process, and so some of these service reductions that were contemplated initially I don't consider are necessary. This is one that I would like to see continue so that we can help our community to stay active and healthy as we hopefully come out of the hibernation state of lockdown and into the future.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? If not, let's put that... Oh, Councillor Consola, would you like to close? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour, which is ceasing the funding for that. So that all those against, that motion is carried. Moving on to part 2. So this is 3.3.2 to cease free access to Ripponlea Gardens at the cost of $50,000. Do I have a mover or something different? Councillor Bond to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Pearl. Councillor Bond.
Yeah, as I've said many times when discussing this particular item, this isn't in Port Phillip, so therefore we shouldn't be funding it. If we have any spare money, it should go to residents or ratepayers or open space or businesses that are actually in Port Phillip. As nice as this might be, we have an obligation to spend our money within our own council boundaries, and unfortunately for Ripponlea, they are in the city of Glen Eira, not Port Phillip. Therefore, we shouldn't be providing any funding to this particular gardens. If our residents wish to go there, they're perfectly entitled and free to go there on their own. They don't need us to pay for it for them.
Councillor Pearl. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this one is one of the big ticket items in terms of the feedback I've received from the community, particularly in my ward, our ward, Madam Mayor. It has been a very one-sided response from the community. They have almost to a person said how much they value the access to Ripponlea Gardens, and how if we were to cease this program and they would have to go back to being out of pocket to utilise that open space, that would be a loss for them. This one's been crystal clear from the community, the value that they see. I want to also stress just the value from a budget perspective that we actually get out of this. This is a vanishingly small amount of money to pay for access to one of the best open spaces in the entirety of Victoria. It is large, it is well managed and beautiful. While it may be literally just on the other side of the road from our municipality. I disagree with Councillor Bond when he says we have an obligation to only spend money in our municipality. In fact, the Local Government Act says that councils should consider spending money outside of their municipality if it benefits their community. So this is something that clearly ticks all of those boxes. So I will definitely not be supporting ceasing this, and I will be putting up a motion in section 4, I think. It's a very convoluted process, to restore this funding so that people can continue to have access to open space that is close to them and just some of the best open space you can find anywhere near.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Martin.
Madam Mayor, having been born and raised within a couple of 100 metres of Ripon Lea and having spent a lot of time there as a child, I now regret the view that I took back in February when this was on the very edge of my priorities and it just fell off the edge in terms of me being willing to put my hand up to fund it. We have a little bit more money available and there's been an outpouring in the local community there that they are very keen for support. And the more I talk to people in the Balaclava, Ripon Lea area where they lack open space, I think this is a marvellous initiative. We can keep them there. So let's vote down this recommendation.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? I will just brief... Oh, Councillor Clark.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that residents have enjoyed the use of the park and, I think that's fantastic. However, I'm not supportive of continuing to fund access to a National Trust park for residents for free. If all things being equal and we didn't have operating deficits and all of those other things, maybe you might consider this. We can't find $2 million to support residents' rate relief, so therefore we can't be supporting paying for access to a National Trust park. We are blessed with considerable parkland across the city of Port Phillip, albeit it isn't evenly spread. As I've said previously, I lived in East St Kilda for 10 years and I never felt short of being able to find a park, and there are so many that it's close by. We are blessed with nature reserves, beaches, canals, parks all across our municipality, which so many other municipalities don't have the luxury of. We have more open space per resident than Yarra, Stonington and Moreland, so I think we should count ourselves quite lucky. We went through a budget process to find areas of spending, and those hard decisions had to be made, and that is the reason that I'm supporting ceasing access to Ripon Lea, because of all the other things we need to be funding, and we need to be considering affordability, as I've said before, for our residents. So I cannot support continued free access to Ripon Lea Gardens.
Councillor Consolo.
Thank you. I will speak only briefly to it right now and speak later when it's brought back, if that's the way. I voted this down when it was brought a couple weeks or months ago because I wanted to make sure that we heard from the right reasons that people were saying what they valued about this. And I think we've heard it now, that people do value this. If we'd put it in before, maybe we would just hear that people are more upset about money spent. But we've heard that people do value it. And this isn't only for the people who live within 1 kilometre of it. Anybody in the city of Port Phillip can go. And we really should make sure that people understand that, because for the investment we're making, it's a great benefit for everyone. But it's also more about equity and open space in that area, and I'll speak to that later if that comes up.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? I will briefly speak. It is about equity and open space, and I am listening to the people. I am listening to residents and ratepayers who contacted us, and they clearly said that they want Ripon Lea to remain free and accessible. And I think that Councillor Baxter might have or did not mention how close it is. When you've got little kids, you can't travel very far with little people. And so for people in Ripponlea and parts of St Kilda East, it's their closest walkable open space. And the value that the open spaces we found in lockdown, and we still are in the middle of pandemics, that open space provides the mental and physical health of our community, actually can't. $50,000 is not much to pay, so I will be supporting of this. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Bond, would you like to close? All right, so I'm just going to make clear. So this is, we are voting to cease the free access to Ripponlea Gardens. So those in favour? And all those against? That motion has failed.
We have a division.
So all those for, which is to cease, Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl, Councillor Clark, and all those against is Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey and Councillor Martin. That motion has failed.
Madam Mayor, can I request just a division on all of it, or do you want me to keep asking each motion?
What's governance-wise? Do we need to ask it on each individual one, or can I? You do need to ask it on each individual one, I'm sorry. That's part of the rule. You'll have to ask it every time. I mean, I can try and call a division, but yes, technically. All right, let's move to part 3. We will take a break once we get to part 9, just to flag it with you. So part 3 is 3.3.3, which is a change to the booking system for access to community transport services. So this is a reduction and it will save $123,000. Would anyone like to move? Do I have a mover? Councillor Copsey. Do I have a seconder? I'll second that. Councillor Crawford. Councillor Copsey.
I will. I wanted to move this because I wanted to speak to the reason that I'm supportive of this change. I wanted to acknowledge that the community transport service is an incredibly valued service in the city of Port Phillip. The reason that I am supportive of this change to our practice to switch to a booking system is I would like to see whether that produces a positive result and it still gets the utilisation to the people who need it, but also whether that improves the experience for users. So for that reason, I am supportive of this change to the booking system. Not really because of the budget cut, but because I would like to see this service function at its optimum, and I will flag that I'm quite interested in seeing how this is received by the community. So if officers can undertake to report back to councillors once we've bedded this in, I would certainly be very interested in that.
I don't need to speak. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Consolo.
Thank you. I think this change is going to feel very big to the people who use the bus, and I appreciate that. And I know that we'll get through it. I'm confident there'll be the assistance that's given by council. And if it's not, how we're approaching it's not working, please get in contact so that we can make this more easier to understand the change and how it's going to work and mitigate any problems. So I'll be voting for it to remove change, yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Copsey? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour, which is to change the booking system. So that is unanimous. All right, division, all of us. Division part 4 is 3.3.4, which is cease funding deed for the neighbourhood Nargis at $11,000. So this is a reduction in service. So do I have a mover? Councillor Copsey and Councillor Pearl to second. Councillor Copsey.
Oh, gosh. Similarly, I wanted to move this so I could speak to the reasons that I'm supportive of cessation of the neighbourhood Nyagis. It's been an interesting program that's been utilised, I would say, fairly rarely and had pretty good results where it was utilised. What I would really like to see is us to continue to foster community connection through other programs that I think might provide a bigger benefit. Essentially, some of this was around neighbours having a street party that they could seek some funding from. Council now has some programs, particularly around the play streets and so on, that I think are supporting a similar function and may reach a wider section of our community. So for that reason, it's been great neighbourhood Nyagis, but I think I'm supportive of exploring different ways that we can foster the same outcomes in our community now.
Councillor Pearl.
We're still very much open for business for Christmas parties in the street, and that's what we want to see. It's just through the evaluation of this program, I think the money's probably best spent elsewhere. But that doesn't mean we definitely want ratepayers in the street drinking locally purchased food and wine, connecting with their neighbours. We want more of that, not less of that. And I don't really think this saving that we're putting through here will affect that at all. But let's make sure Council's social media, etc., makes it very clear to people that they're more than able to shut down footpaths, etc., to make sure they have large and exuberant Christmas parties this year.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is one that I had a bit of difficulty with, and I will sort of grudgingly support it. I think that this program has actually been very beneficial to our community, but I understand that where we have to try and make savings so that we can concentrate on doing the most good that we can in a hopefully post-pandemic environment, I can see that this is one that we can perhaps put on the back burner, but I would like to see in the next budget us looking at some funding to talk about some of the things that both Councillor Copsey and Councillor Pearl were just talking about, and how we can increase social cohesion, how we can work with whether it be local street groups, whether it be local Aboriginal groups, whether it be local community groups, to do that, because I think that is actually important core council business, but it is a little bit hard to do right now for obvious reasons. So I think I can accept the cut for this year and look to next year about how we can spend this money really effectively.
Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Copsey, would you like to close? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour of ceasing the funding deed, that is carried unanimously. All right, we're moving to part 5. So we have a recommendation to reduce the quality subsidy, which is 3.3.5. Councillors, do I have this or something other to move? Councillor Bond to move. Okay, Councillor Bond, do I have a seconder? Councillor Copsey to second. Okay, Councillor Bond. No, you're not. Councillor Copsey.
I seconded this so that we could debate and vote on it. However, I am not supportive of the reduction to the quality subsidy for community managed childcare. This was one of the proposed cuts that went out to the community, and there was a very strong response to that, saying that it was a very valued service to the community and helped people to access community childcare whilst making that remain affordable. So I will not be supportive of the reduction in the quality subsidy.
Does any other Councillor Consolo?
Sorry, new to this still. I'd like to move an amendment.
Consolo?
I want to move an amendment, please.
Okay. Yep, go for it. What amendment would you like to move?
The first line stays the same, but comma, and commences implementation in the 2022 to 23 financial year, noting that there will be no reduction in this service in the 2021-22 budget. Do I need to go slower?
Councillors, I just want to remind you we do need to keep our masks on unless we're drinking or at all times, sorry, as per the state government regulations.
The speaking's okay?
No, when you're speaking, it's different. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Consolo.
For the people at home, they're just writing it up. Yes. Oh, budget. I think it's, well, the wording I have here is the last word is, instead of financially, it's budget. Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, yep, that's fine. That'll do. Thank you. Is that, yeah, good to go? All right. Anybody second that?
I will second that. Councillor Consolo, speak to your amendment.
Thank you. Now, when this was brought to us, it was saying that it's been achieved. And I've gone and spoken to centres, and it's very interesting to hear what achieved, how you can measure that, because as the name says, it's a quality subsidy. So we're about quality. That's the intent and the outcome that we're expecting from it. So this money's right now 5% based on the wages of the educators. And I can tell you that educators can be, you can get someone who just has a certificate or diploma or whatever, but then there's people who have bachelors, and they come at a higher price. Now, from 0 to 3, that's the time that a child's brain can absorb the most information. So if we just treat them as child-minding, it's not the same as really what the potential is there. You would see that we do focus on your 3-year-old kinder a bit more with the state, or with the grants, the other levels of government coming in for that. And at 4-year-old kinder, it's much more as well. So this subsidy allows these centres, and this is some of the reasons why they have such excellent ratings, that they choose to put bachelor level qualifications in those baby rooms, and that we're really getting some great centres in the area. Should we start reducing this money, it's not that we've achieved it, because every year that is still a priority. I also think it's really important that we speak about, it's only going to be $1.35 or whatever around that for families. My kids started at the same centre in 2013, and I paid $94. Today, we're having a rate rise, or the centre has just sent a letter to say that our prices are now $140. That's $46 in 8 years. So it's not just one extra $1.35, because there are other costs in that. We are going to see some shifts, though, we might see some shifts with the federal government coming in for childcare. And so that's why I'm saying for one more year, let's give these centres the ability to consider the cost, even though that this might have been released in April, whether or not they saw that and were able to shift their budgets, or if they're taking that as some other reserve. I think we give them the respect to say, this is something you need to address in future years, but for this year we will keep it in so that you can continue this quality service. And then we should also look at maybe this, this has been implemented for a long time. Maybe it's the right time now to say, all right, we still value this age group and we want to put some money towards it. It might be like this that we review in a year time. It might be more in a different grant that they can do programs that might be more expensive one time than others. I don't know yet, but I think it's important to keep this in for one more year, please.
I look at this one, as Councillor Consolo has said, the best investment you can make is in these really early years, and that's becoming more and more evident. And luckily, councillors prior to a long time ago knew that that was important and invested in our local community and services and the quality. People love living here because of one of the many reasons that people love and move to the area is because of the quality of the early education here. The other reason I will be supporting this is a gender equity issue. We don't blink twice when we build a couple of $1 million or for a building. And buildings are great, we need them, of course we do. But early education is an exceptionally high value job that receives a really low pay. And it's mainly women who work in the sector. And the cost of childcare, even though it is to support families, still a bulk of childcaring goes to the mothers in families. So this, if we're looking at budgets and where the money goes, we put so much money into building stuff, and that's great because we, communities share in it. But the kind of jobs that come from construction tend to be more male-dominated, and yet in some ways we put so little into the programs that employ women. And this is one where this little bit of money goes a long way and it helps the next generation of local residents. And we know that the difference it makes. We know how loved these centres are. So I am exceptionally happy to support this motion, this amendment, because I want the teachers, the people that work in these centres to know that they are doing such an exceptional job in our community, and recognise publicly that they are not paid that recognises the quality and the importance of their work. So I'm very, very happy to support this. Would anyone else like to? Councillor Martin.
I've spent 48 years in education, and in the last 25 years of those, I've been a senior manager where I've been organising my workforce plans. I've also been the board chair of a childcare centre. And again, when we're doing what we call our workforce plans, when we're working out our staffing, we need a 12 to 18 month lead time. So for us to cut this funding overnight is a significant impact on those centres. Now, by extending this program for 12 months, it gives our centres time to adjust without having a major financial shock. And as I think other people have mentioned, we may at some stage might look at other ways of perhaps supporting some of our early learning centres, but at least this way we ensure that they can get through the next 12 to 18 months without the financial impact of a sudden cut to their staffing budget.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Or the amendment, sorry, or the motion at this point? Councillor Clark.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I won't be supporting this motion. The motion and the reduction in... sorry, I'm just rereading. Sorry, can you clarify? Are we reducing it for this year?
I think my understanding is, Councillor
Reduce
Clark,
it from 5 to 4% and then commence implementation in the following year. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And keep it.
It's deferring it.
Apologies. Yep. So I don't believe this motion has got anything to do with the quality of the child care, and nor is it a reflection on the importance of childcare that councillors or the council place on childcare. The community might not realise that the childcare subsidy is not targeted, and families on high incomes receive considerable savings by being able to use the council-run childcare, as opposed to having to utilise other childcare in private or not-for-profit. I'm struggling with how we can spend ratepayers' funds supporting the higher income earners getting reduced childcare when there are other options. The recommendation for this reduction from 5 to 4% was made by the General Manager of Community and Wellbeing, who advised us that it was a modest cut, and that cut is 1%. The impact on one of the childcare centres in my ward is $1.03 per day, and if that's passed on, and you happen to use the childcare for 300 days of the year, that would be $300 increase for those residents, which, as has been discussed, is a modest increase for what, as everyone points out, is a great service that's provided by the council. So I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Consola gets closed, doesn't she? Yeah. Councillor Sirikoff.
I'm just wondering, can it be confirmed that these childcare centres do pay peppercorn rates for the premises, and they don't have to pay market rate, which can vary between $50,000 to $117,000?
Sorry, so Councillor Sirikoff, is this a clarifying question around the motion?
No, it's not.
It's a separate question on a separate...
I guess it's really...
it's not a time to have a debate. What's I'm going to get governance on this because I don't know if it's a clarifying question on this particular motion.
Well, maybe I should reword it for you. Can I reword the question or the comment? I'm just really saying that these centres already receive peppercorn rates and they're paid. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Oops.
So you can ask a clarifying question on that just around the rental subsidies. Is that what you're asking about? Just make it sure it's really clear and then you can either debate or not.
I hope I phrase this correctly for everybody to understand. I understand that in addition to this subsidies, does the childcare centres what other subsidies do they receive in terms of rental of their properties?
Chris Carroll? Or Tony Keenan?
If I can clarify, the question is, do the childcare centres receive rental subsidy? Is that correct? Yes, they receive a peppercorn rent.
Yep. And did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Sirikov?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I think that given that the council is very generous in providing peppercorn rates to these childcare centres, which are of value to the community, I think the council has already really done a lot for these groups and for the children in our community. So I won't be supporting this because we will be still supporting these groups with a 4% subsidy.
Would anyone else like to speak to the the motion, sorry. Councillor Cotsey.
Did we vote on the amendment yet? Sorry, great. Sorry. That's okay. I thank Councillor Consolo for bringing this amendment. It's a bit difficult because should the cut to the quality subsidy succeed, I would prefer that it was phased in. However, I'm not supportive, as I indicated when speaking earlier to seconding the motion, I'm not supportive of the cut. So I would not want that to happen this year or next year. So I just wanted to clarify why I'm not supportive of the amendment.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Consolo, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. So I think some points to bring back to would say at $1 a day for 300 days, it's only $300. But, we were speaking earlier about it's only $27 for a rate, the 1.5 rate rise. So it's probably put into context that maybe not every person in the area has to pay for childcare, but a significant do. The people who go to these centres live in our area. It'd be a very small percentage of people who might work in our area who don't live here, but still come and are in our area. So I think we need to be considerate of when we talk about how much money we're putting an extra burden on people here is important to say how those households feel it. And the other one is saying the difference in subsidising buildings that are through the rental models are more about the business model of these groups, and it's speaking again to the money. But when it comes to the actual quality that we're getting out of it, we're really lucky these centres are so well rated. We are very fortunate in our area how great quality they are, but they continue to be this quality because we invest in the quality. The quality is about the educators that come, not the people who and how much the building costs, and it's about who they choose to hire because they have this extra little bit that they can choose, somebody who has a higher qualification, they can bring more ideas and into those younger years or even into just the kinders. It's very important. So thank you for considering.
All right, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour for the amendment? Okay, and all those against? And one abstention. So that has failed. Hang on, this is where it gets confusing, folks.
Can I call for a division then? No?
We'll get a division first, but yeah. Just before we go to division, give me 2 secs. Okay. So do I want to explain that? Sorry. Yeah.
I'll fix this problem. Division required. I'll fix the problem for you. Division required.
Okay. Sorry, guys, this is just, it gets quite confusing. So this is going to be put under division. So we're voting for the amendment to defer the... Oh, I have to cast my votes. Oh, sorry. Oh, I have to... So I get the casting vote under that situation and I will cast for the amendment. So that means it has passed and then we'll call a division. In which case, councillors may change their vote on this one.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
So did you forget to vote? Is that why we're doing
Point
this?
of order, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, sorry.
I was just hoping that the Mayor could continue chairing rather than councillors going into conversation, though we're alone in the chamber.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Copsey. Okay, so the clarification is I get the casting vote in a 4-4 situation and I cast for the amendment, which means the amendment passes. Then we've got a division
Point of order, Madam Mayor. For a vote to be successful, it needs the support of a majority of councillors present. If it's not a tie, the majority of councillors present have not supported the motion.
Okay, we're going to take a moment. Everyone take a moment while we just clarify. This is where it gets very confusing. We still will have a division in a moment.
Sorry?
Yeah, we might take a break after this particular one because it is hard to get our heads around this, but we are okay. So I've got advice. So I don't get the casting vote, so we will just take that under division. So this is an opportunity for councillors to change their vote should they wish. So we are voting for the amendment, which is not to bring the reduction in quality subsidy in for another year. All those in favour of the amendment? Okay, and those against? That motion the amendment has passed. Under division. Oh, sorry, yes. Oh, gosh. This is why we do need to take a break. Apologies, everyone. So all those are for the amendment. That's Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin. All those against Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl and Councillor Clark. So that amendment is carried. Now let me just check. That becomes a substantive motion. Okay, so now we are back. Could I ask who actually has spoken to the substantive motion, please?
Councillor Copsey is the only councillor who's spoken to the substantive.
Okay, would any other councillor like to speak to the substantive motion? No? Councillor Baxter?
So I'd just like to make clear that while I have voted for the amendment, a deferral of the cut, I'm actually going to be voting against the substantive. I don't think the cut should be made. However, if it does get up, at least there's a deferral there. So just want to explain that through the amendment, I've hopefully made it a little bit better, but ideally, I would like this cut to not go through at all.
Councillor Baxter, can you clarify? Sorry, because
what I'm clarifying is that when people see that I voted for the amendment to defer this cut, I won't actually vote for the substantive. I voted to improve the motion, but I will then vote against it. We have the power to do that as councillors. In fact, that's happened many times in previous terms and will again. But I'm clarifying for anybody watching at home why I'm voting for one and not the other. I would prefer that the cut not happen at all, but if it does have to happen, at least it gets an extra year.
So, Councillor, I have a clarifying question. Councillor Consolo?
A clarifying question. Wouldn't that have to be an amendment that we are not cutting it? Because aren't you just saying that? Like, you're against the deferral that just got up, but the whole point is you want it to not be just a deferral. You want it to stay in.
Okay, so CEO will clarify.
I'm just going to get Governor's advice on this. So the substantive amendment through your Mayor is, at the moment, if this is passed, the cut would be made but deferred in 12 months. And if it fails, the cut would not be made at all.
And a subsequent amendment.
Is that correct, Kirsty? So if the substantive as it now stands through your Mayor fails, what's the status is the question. Correct. So you want to clarify that?
So the clarification was, if this substantive motion fails, there will be no cut to the quality subsidy. It will remain at 5% ongoing as part of our budget. No, it's very confusing the way we're doing it, so I apologise. We just wanted, so just clarifying that to everyone. So if this motion passes as substantive, it means there will be a deferred cut in a year's time. If it fails, there will be no cut at all, and it will continue on unless, obviously, future decisions. Does that make sense? No, hang on.
Oh.
If it fails, like the Rip and Leave failed, then it's not a service reduction.
Sorry, folks, this is where it gets tricky. Just give me 2 seconds, Councillor Copsey.
Chris's point may be that we need to put an amendment later to reinstate the 5%.
If it gets up,
if this vote fails.
Councillors, we actually need to take a break to clarify. I think a few people need to clarify new things. So we're going to take a 10-minute break now, which is, we'll come back at 9:05, which allows for discussion and clarity, and then we'll come back and take, and then we'll take the vote. So we just wanted to clarify.
Through you, Mayor, apologies for needing to call a break there. But just to clarify for councillors, the substantive as it now stands, if this gets up, you're essentially deferring the cut to the subsidy for 1 year. So in part 4, you would have to come back and just put the $141,000 back into the next year's budget. If the motion fails, then in part 4, you would have to put the $141,000 ongoing in your forward financial plan for the 10 years. So, in essence, $1.4 million, just to be clear.
So we're voting for the substantive motion, which keeps the deferral off for 1 year. So all those in favour, and we're doing this under division. All those in favour of that? So that's Councillor Consolo, Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Martin and Councillor Pearl and Councillor Clark. So that motion has and Councillor against, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Copsey. So that motion has passed. So then we'll look to bring that back in part 4. Okay, let's keep moving. I know it's getting late, everyone, so apologies. Part 6 of this is 3.3.6, which is changes to arts program at the reduction of $56,000. Do I have a mover?
I'd like to ask a clarifying question. Is
Yeah,
that now a good time? Can an officer please summarise what this amount is? Because I think when we talk about arts programs, sometimes people were confusing that with maybe a triennial grant. If we could just summarise what this one would be, please.
Who's it, sorry? Kylie Bennett.
Through you, Mayor, this particular amount of money, $56,000, in the past, much of it has typically been unspent, so it's not related to some of the other programs, for instance, the triennial funding or the Cultural Development Fund or Local Festivals Fund. It has been an amount of money that's been available for council or council officers to respond to requests as they come in, but I'm advised that quite often it hasn't been spent. I understand there is one funding deed that is referenced through that particular funding stream. However, they would be eligible to apply through Council's Cultural Development Fund, which is a competitive grant process.
That clarifies it. Okay, do I have a mover for this part 6? Councillor Bond, do I have a seconder? Councillor Pearl. Councillor Bond, would you like to speak to this? Councillor Pearl, would anyone else like to speak to this? Should we just put this to the vote? All those in favour of reducing this? That is under division, joint division on this one, Councillor Clark. So Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Martin, Councillor Pearl, Councillor Clark. Against, Councillor Copsey. That reduction has passed. Moving on to part 7, which is 3.3.7, which is the design awards to be online only, a 1-year trial, which will reduce, be a saving of $10,000. Councillors?
I have a question.
Clarifying question.
Yes, please. When was the last design awards held and was it in person?
Kylie Bennett to respond.
Through you, Mayor, I understand that the last event for the Design Awards was actually held virtually. I think there was a slight delay in terms of COVID from when that was held, but certainly the last award ceremony was held virtually. So Council has delivered this particular program virtually in the past.
Does that clarify? Any other further clarifying questions? Do I have a mover? Councillor Copsey. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bond. Councillor Copsey.
I actually think, particularly in this budget year, it probably makes sense to plan for a virtual event of the Design Awards, just given the environment we're still operating in. So I'm content to take this saving this year. However, I'm also really hoping that we will continue to evaluate the success of the event, and should the online format, should an in-person format, I'll phrase that differently, we've got too many double negatives happening tonight, should an in-person format be considered more likely to help us achieve the purpose of the Design Awards, which is to recognise and encourage design excellence, which is a really important part of what we're seeking to promote in development that occurs in the city of Port Phillip, then I would be interested in revisiting this in future years. So I'm hoping that officers will consider how the online format works and whether it's helping us achieve our goals, and I remain really open to going back into an in-person format in future when we can plan a bit better, if that's desirable.
One day. Councillor Bond. Councillor Consolo?
I'll speak to it. I also agree that this year it makes a lot of sense to do it virtual, never knowing what's on the horizon. And but it would be good to hear from the community who have attended. I have attended. It was fun in person. That what the value that is, maybe to a networking or any other benefits that we should understand. It's not just providing nice food and drink for enjoyment. So that could shape our thoughts in the future. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Copsey, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimously passed. Moving on to Part 8, which is 3.3.8, which is to remove the counter service at South Melbourne Town Hall, which will be reviewed post-building works in a savings of $50,000. Do we have any clarifying questions? No? Happy to move that, Councillor Consolo, and Councillor Sirikoff to second. Councillor Consolo.
I'm only moving this because it's very much connected to the works at the building. It's not usable right now, so we can't have an assist counter there, but I think it's very important that we do review that in the future because the proximity to where people live is important, and a lot is done here out of St Kilda, but the people up in South Melbourne and Port Melbourne really want the assist counters nearby, so it's for the building works now.
Councillor Sirikoff.
Yeah, I'm supporting this for the same reason that Councillor Consolo is supporting this, because the building is unusable, and until such time that it is usable, then we can reconsider if it'll go back to its original purpose of serving the community in the same capacity.
Councillor Copsey.
May I ask a clarifying question? Just around the scope of building works that are referred to in this motion, please.
Is that Chris Carroll or the scope of building works that is referred to in this motion?
Through you, Mayor, we've budgeted around $15 million over the next couple of years towards the building renewal, particularly the required works following the issues that we had with the building a few years ago. We're still in the process of finalising the design and getting into procurement at the moment, and those works will take place over the next couple of years. Will require the building to be shut during that period of time.
Would you like to speak to the motion? No.
No.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Back to Councillor Consolo. Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Moving on to Part 9, 3.3.9, which is to reduce the budget for Ride to School Day, Healthy Tracks, Ride to Work and Festival of Everyday Riding programs, which is a reduction of $15,000. Councillor Pearl. Is it to move it? Does anyone have any clarifying questions? No. Councillor Pearl to move it. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Bond, Councillor Pearl. Councillor Bond? Anyone else like to speak to Councillor Baxter?
I'll be voting against this cut, as I believe the council all levels of government should be doing everything they can to promote active and healthy lifestyles, and the best way to do that is with the young'uns. So I think we should continue doing it. We often don't see the benefits immediately, but this is the beginning of a journey for children that results in much healthier lifestyles.
Would anyone else like to speak to it? Councillor Copsey? Oh, sorry. Councillor Copsey first and then.
I will also not be supporting this one. I think really when you look at the allocation here, it's in the scheme of things a small investment, but I have confidence from having attended these events in the past that they're really excellent ones for council to be supporting. We have in City of Port Phillip some of the highest participation rates in Ride to School Day, and I think that a huge amount of that comes from the amazing work that the schools do and the enthusiasm of the students in taking this up. But I think it's also because it's seen to be supported and made attractive by council's support for those events. It's a relatively small one, and of course there's the Healthy Tracks Ride to Work and the Festival of Everyday Riding, which celebrates people using their bikes to get around every day. And that's the kind of thing that we are looking to encourage to help combat congestion in our city, is to help people get comfortable with taking those short trips where you can buy bikes. So I think that this is actually a really valuable set of programs for that relatively small investment, and I'll be sad to see it go. I won't be supporting the cut.
Councillor Consolo.
Thank you. I can look at this through the lens as a parent that we've done the Ride to School Day, and it's been really fun and also a little hard work putting the bikes decoration on, but those programs can still run. And so I look at, we put in this money for programs to inspire change, and at some point we might have to say, well, off you go. Let's see how you're going to go with what we've invested in this funding instead of ongoing funding. I could be wrong, though, when it looks at the other programs. And if you look at 1, 2, 3, 4 programs that's sharing $15,000, maybe, right, I don't know if I count that right, but sharing that $15,000, maybe it really isn't a huge investment financially, but has a good gain. So I might be wrong on this one, but when I look at the ride to school, I think that the kids will still do it. And if they don't, this is something we need to revisit in the future.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Pearl, would you like to close? Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those and against? That motion is carried. Do we want this under division?
Could I have a division, please?
Under division. Okay. So all those in favour, Councillor, that's of the cut. So Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Martin, Councillor Pearl, and Councillor Clark. All those against? Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Copsey. The motion is carried. Okay. So that completes section 2. We are moving on to section 3. Now we might get that up on the screen, and we do need to adjust. We do need to adjust one of the numbers.
Through you, Mayor, I think we've just got the last part, the change the surplus. Has that been added up properly now? It has. Thank you.
That's the correct figure. So, councillors, do we have any questions for officers around section 3? Just to give an oversight for the community at home, this is a whole lot of COVID support in terms of rent, Esplanade market fees and a few things like that. Okay, so do we have a mover? Councillor Pearl?
Just move an alternate,
Yes.
if I may, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Just to make it easy. What have we got here? So 3.4.5 becomes 3.4.6, and I'd ask officers to make sure I get the maths on this right, if that's possible. And I insert 3.4.5, which details, speak very slowly in case you don't have it, I think you do have it, South Melbourne Market 1-day closure dash provide a 1-day rent waiver for South Melbourne Market traders for Wednesday, 16 June 2021, comma, as the South Melbourne Market was required to close to enable cleaning to occur as it was listed as a COVID exposure site. At an estimate, sorry, no full stop there, at an estimated cost of $35,000, full stop. Now, if the officers could give me the,
So that means we need to adjust that number again?
Through you, Mayor, it's 311,600. I've got that at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Consolo. Councillor Pearl.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. These are, just quickly, these are a good, solid economic and social recovery and cultural recovery items that I would encourage all councillors to support. The reason for the increase from 92,000, I think it was, in 3.4.1 to 133,000 is interesting in and of itself. The fourth lockdown was by and far the most severe for the traders at the South Melbourne Market in terms of loss of patronage and also loss of revenue. And the original numbers we were working on the $90,000 mark, really was assuming that the majority of the pain would be borne by the general merchandise traders. That hasn't been the case in lockdown 4, particularly in the second week in lockdown 4, where the pain was felt across the board, particularly by the fresh fruit and meat and fish tenants also, which is why officers have recommended we increase the 2-week estimate to 133,000. the addition of 3.4.5 for the one-day closure is, I think, important to note. Also, the market was listed as a COVID exposure site. The team did a very good job making the decision that they would close the market on the Wednesday. It was a difficult decision to make, but the right one. There was no lockdown in force, but given that the market was shut and not able to open because it was an exposure site, which is the right thing to do, I think it's only appropriate that we don't charge traders on that day for the one-day rent. It has been suggested by some, perhaps we extend that to the Friday also, because there was some rollover effects in terms of significant a downward trend in attendance, particularly in the first half on Friday. I don't think we set that precedent. So just for the days that the market incurred a lockdown, was impacted by the lockdown rather, or incurred a closure due of COVID is what this does. Councillors, I would happily support this motion too. I hope you support it too, unless there's any other issues that have cropped up whilst I was speaking.
Do we need to clarify figures before?
Got some changes in the numbers.
Through you, Mayor, we're just checking if it was 35,000 or 36,000 for the one-day closure. That's just a little discrepancy.
No problem.
Would it be appropriate to continue having the
in
debate?
In the email I have it's 36, but happy to increase it by 1,000 if it's required.
I thought it was 36, which would take it to 311,600.
So while that's being clarified, are we able to continue to speak to the motions? We can adjust it as we go. Okay, so Councillor Pearl, have you completed?
I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Consolo.
Thank you, Marcus. You spoke well to it. It's been a hard time that certain people could trade, but others couldn't. But in the end, the impact, there was also an exposure site during that lockdown to Simply Spanish. So it was different than other lockdowns, and the traders felt it differently. So this is, under the policy, a way we can support them. And under the closure, everyone had to go get a test, so they couldn't run the market. They couldn't open for business. So I think it's important that we need to, as landlords of the building, this is a responsibility that falls under us. It's not just a charity case to a business. We are the landlords.
Councillor, would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Councillor Martin.
Just very briefly, can I congratulate Councillor Pearl and Councillor Consolo, who are very, very strong advocates for the market, and I commend them on this motion, and I'm only too pleased to support it.
Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor. I'm just going to clarify, are we all good to go? Sorry, CEO.
Through you, Mayor. Sorry, we had one email that said 35, but we're now being clarified it is 36, so the net impact is 311,600. Thank you.
So so Councillor Pearl, I'm coming back to you to close with the 36.
No worries, and I presume the second is happy to do that. As a mover, I'm happy to make that amendment.
Yep.
Yes.
Also, just quickly to note, the small but important $15,000 homework program, I think this is important that continues, getting these students that are high risk in our municipality to stay in school is very, very important at the moment based on the situation we're facing with COVID. So it's a small amount of money, but it's a program I strongly support, and I'm glad to see that it's back in here. We can review it in future dates, but at the moment, I think given what's happened with the amount of isolation, particularly for the targeted people that this homework club focuses on, it's important we keep it in place, because I think in future years it will save multiples more than the amount of money that we're investing here tonight.
Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is, I can't see hands. Is that carried? Councillor Clark, is your hand up or down? Up, sorry. That is carried unanimously. Okay, do we need to get an update on where these additions come with the surplus before we move into section 4, CEO? We're just getting that clarified. So while we're moving to that, and we'll clarify the surplus, we are moving to section 4, everyone.
Through you, Mayor, assuming Rip and Lee and the 1 year of childcare funding were put back in, and given that recent decision, the surplus has moved down from 5.03 million to 4.5 4.3 million, 4.528 million. So,
thank you. Okay, so we're going to take section 4 in parts. I'm just trying to find my pen. I'll find it. So, do we have any questions on part 1 for the officers? If not, do I have a mover for this or something different? I'll move this one and Councillor Copsey to second. So this is 3.5 and this is to restore the triennial funding for future years, but also to give a year extension to the 6 arts organisations that that currently were successful under the previous grant. This was an oversight, and I will take responsibility that I didn't realise it was not in the budget. So I apologise for that. But I'm also really glad in some ways because we heard from our arts community loud and clear. And can I just tell you, I wanted to cry at some of the speeches that were made on the night. They were eloquent, they were beautiful, they spoke to the kind of community and municipality that we've grown to be because of the long-term investment in the arts, and we have an arts community that other councils would die for. It is just incredible. So I want to thank to all of the members of the community, the arts community, and well, it wasn't just the people who are in it, but also the supporters of the arts community who came out en masse. We heard you. And of course, I'm the biggest advocate, so I apologise that you went through it. But at the same time, I'm kind of glad because we got to see how valued your position and your contribution to our municipality is here.
Madam Mayor, did you move the motion? Sorry
Yes,
to interrupt. Oh.
I did, yes. The other quick thing I'd like to say is what we also saw was how much it contributes economically. It was good to hear some of those figures. So I'm really glad this is back in the budget. Well, hopefully back in the budget, and I will urge my fellow councillors to support it. Councillor Copsey.
Thank you. Yes, another message that came through loud and clear from our budget submissions night and the hundreds of emails that have come in. Keep your hands off our arts. And I couldn't agree more with what's been said by Councillor Crawford. The arts give such an incredible contribution to the city of Port Phillip. We spoke a lot about it during the last term, during the development of the Art and Soul strategy. And I just am staggered at how much of a contribution and how much of the identity and soul of Port Phillip is made up by our arts community, those who work and create as part of it, and also those who support it. We're huge supporters of the arts in our community in Port Phillip, and council should behave the same, especially considering the enormous impact that COVID has had on the creative industries, which is one of the largest employers and industries in the city of Port Phillip, makes a huge contribution to our economic well-being as a city, as well as our cultural well-being. So I also would like to extend apologies for the distress that this funding deliberation has caused for those in the community. I recall when we were discussing the triennial grants process that part of the move to the triennial rather than annual funding was actually to decrease stress on some of those organisations so that they could focus on what they do best, which is creating amazing stories, experiences, sites, and everything that makes Port Phillip a wonderful place to experience art, music, dance, everything that we appreciate so much. So it is. I have some regret, like Councillor Crawford, around what that did to people who were suddenly concerned, but I'm really hopeful that council will support the extension for 1 year and then into a competitive process so that we can continue to fund those valuable arts organisations that contribute so much to our city. Thank you very much to everyone who has contacted me about this issue as well, and I apologise because I have certainly not managed to respond to all those emails, but I have been reading them and I hear your passion and I share it for our beautiful arts and creative community in Port Phillip.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Baxter.
I'll be really brief and just thank all the people that got in touch with us over this. This is top 3 in my entire sort of council career in terms of volume of submissions made. We heard from so many different people in so many different ways, and what was really lovely about it was everyone talked about their own personal connection to the arts in this area, not just saying, hey, look, it's really, how good is arts, right? But talking about, you know, what they get out of it, what their family gets out of it, and how they spend time with their friends by going and seeing shows in the city of Port Phillip and things like that. It was actually quite lovely. I do want to apologise that I couldn't possibly respond to every single one of the many hundreds of emails that I got, but just know that I definitely read every one of them, and I hope that most of the councillors here did too. I'm sure they did. Yeah, we've heard the message loud and clear, as Councillor Copsey has said.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Consolo.
Thank you. I agree with putting the money in long term to commit to arts. I'd like to be open and honest that maybe a flat rate across 6 isn't the right approach, and I'm looking forward to across this year reviewing how it would be. So, you know, this is extended to make sure that these companies who weren't aware, or somehow it fell flat that this was only 3 years that it ended, are covered. But now that look at this process again, we're investing in the arts. Let's make sure that we get the feedback from arts organisations to understand if what now is done versus a different approach would be better. Similar like the quality subsidy that we're doing for the childcare, maybe that's the way we should approach it, that it reaches more organisations at different amounts. So I'd like that feedback to come across the year. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This was a 3-year funding agreement with a clearly understood end date of June 30th this year. As far as I'm aware, it was a coincidence that it ended around the budget time. It may well be that the council didn't communicate enough to make the groups aware of the funding deadline, or maybe we did. But irrespective of that, it was always a 3-year funding program with a clear end date. The council can be proud of the commitment it makes to arts and supports a large number of arts groups already. And in good faith, we have established programs like this to assist arts groups, music groups, all sorts of different programs within the arts envelope. And we establish them to get it, we provide the funding, to get them established with a clearly understood funding program window that they should then work towards being self-funded. If we continue to support every group ongoingly, then where is the money going to be left for the next group that needs a start? We have a finite amount of money, so who is the next arts group, music group that come to us wanting support that we won't be able to fund because we provided a start to a group of organisations and now they want it to continue, which I understand and why they would. But where is the fairness in us being able to provide that money to the next group of organisations across our community? We've been unable to find support for rates relief, but we're happy to extend $180,000 for these organisations. And, you know, no matter how amazing their work is, and I'm sure it is great, we're extending it because they would like it to continue. And for these reasons, I will not be supporting this motion.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in the same lines as Councillor Clark. I think it's been wonderful that these 6 groups have received funding for the past 3 years at $180,000 per year, plus a top-up during COVID. On finding out more from the council officers about the funding arrangements with these groups, it works out that council contributes 4% of their total budget, which basically works out at $4.5 million a year. So I think that council has done a wonderful job in supporting these groups. And I think that going forward, that if there are any other groups coming wanting support, that we shouldn't be just embedding the same groups. So I won't be supporting this motion as well.
Councillor Martin.
I find myself agreeing with a couple of things that Councillor Clark has said this evening. It's unfortunate that there was some confusion, and in an ideal world we would not be in the position of the groups not being sure whether they were being funded or not. I also agree with what she said, and I think Councillor Consollo has also inferred that it would be great if these arts groups could become self-funding over the years. However, without our support they may never be able to do that. And last but not least, there we go. Councillor Clark talked earlier this evening about a gesture of goodwill. Our arts community feels really let down by our error around this table in neglecting to renew the arts funding. And I think we're morally obliged to support them, and in the words of Councillor Clark earlier today, a gesture of goodwill to extend the funding for the groups who've currently had funding for 12 months while we work out the new guidelines for the next round of funding, which may or may not be supporting these groups. And as Councillor Consollo suggested, it would be fantastic if there are more groups out there that we can support. So as some groups become self-sufficient, other groups can get our support until they also become self-sufficient.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? If not, I'll quickly close. The whole point of the rolling over for a year is to give certainty to these groups and help them through this really difficult COVID time. I know that I was going to an opening night and it's been delayed till this Saturday night, so looking forward to that. But one of the things is that we will, in the new EO process, it does open out those funds to be for any new arts organisations. It's not locking it up for just a particular group. There'll be a process that'll be assessed. And just to clarify that with the intent with this was always to be ongoing, and I know because it was the thing that I pushed last term, it was meant to roll over. That was the intent. Somewhere it got lost. But also the intent was if we got 10 groups that fitted the criteria, then we would divide the 180,000 between 10 groups. So it is actually flexible how that money could be applied. And it was just the pool of money that was to be like that multi-year funding, which does give some freedom. The admin involved in doing grant applications over and over and over for arts groups is difficult and time consuming. And lots of those groups operate on the smell of an oily rag, and there's a lot of volunteering that goes on, just as sports clubs and other community groups. And also just wanted to note that lots of people who are part of these arts organisations also live and work and play in our municipality, so contribute back. That's all I really... Oh, the one thing I wanted to say, there was a gentleman whose name eludes me now, I think it might have been Michael, and he said, the arts community have never let you down, so I'm hoping with this vote that we're not letting you down in return. So let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That motion is carried.
Can I request division?
All those in support for the motion, that's Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consollo, Councillor Bond, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin. Councillor Pearl, what are you doing? Yes or no? Councillor Pearl, sorry. And those against, Councillor Sirikoff and Councillor Clark. Again, that motion has carried. Moving on to part 2, which is 3.5.2, which is the continuing of the food green organic recycling trial for Elwood for another 2 financial years, which is an estimated cost of $105,000, which includes a 0.5 full-time employee, and it's going to be a total of $225,000 over 2 years. And this is... Councillor Baxter's already got... Is it a clarifying question, or are you going to move it? You're going to move it. Are there any questions before Councillor Baxter moves it so enthusiastically? No. All right, Councillor Baxter to move. Who do I have a seconder? I'm happy to second this one, being in my hood. All right, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is another one on which I got a lot of feedback from the community. The FOGO recycling trial has been extremely popular. Now, it hasn't run throughout the entirety of Elwood. It's run in certain streets. You know, we're doing a trial, and that we're gathering data from that. The only dissatisfaction I have heard with the program is from people who couldn't get a bin themselves, that they weren't part of the trial area. That this has just been wildly popular, and I have to say that while we have done an excellent job in the administration of this trial, we might need to improve our communication a little bit better, because a lot of people were shocked to hear that the trial was coming to an end and that we'd be taking their bins away. I did suspect this might happen if we were to take their bins away before we were ready to replace them with a full FOGO system across the city. But I wanted to see whether the trial would not only work, but that people would love it and utilise it and see it as something that they can be proud of. I know it sounds really weird for your rubbish, but it is. This is household food organics and garden organics that people can feel proud that they're doing their bit to manage the waste crisis and help save the planet. So, got so many emails about this. People contacting me on Facebook saying, "How can we, get this back in? What do we need to do?" It's been good that councillors have been able to have conversations with officers about how we can, keep this going until we're ready to roll this out across the entirety of the municipality in whatever form that takes, because we've still got to work that out. But I'm really pleased that this is an option here that we can put forward, and I hope that not only can we continue to gather really useful data from this trial, but that we may even look to extending the trial ahead of a citywide rollout of FOGO. So I commend this to my fellow councillors. Man, I can't believe I'm getting excited about bins, but I am. So yeah.
It's all right, I get excited about drainage. So, Councillor Baxter, look, I'll just say I'm really glad this is continuing. It's a much more financially efficient way to do it. And I just wanted to let the rest of the community know, we know that this is something that the whole municipality wants, and we are very, very aware it's top of our list. And there's a lot of logistical stuff we've got to work through, but I can assure you that it's very high on our agenda, and we're going to get it out for the rest of the community as soon as it's possible. Councillor Consolo?
Thank you. Yes, this is a great goal of ours to divert more from landfill, and we're getting the useful information every week how this is rolling out, so it's good to see it go on and we don't have to take the bins, store the bins, people should use them. So I support this motion. I look forward to seeing if we can have an opportunity to expand it to Garden City as soon as possible, because Garden City, we've got gardens too. So I'd look to push this, and I think by supporting the one in Elwood, we might achieve that sooner than later. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? Oh, Councillor Martin, sorry.
Madam Mayor, I think this is a great initiative in that there would be funding that we would need to make in the future, so we're actually making some ongoing savings in some ways by continuing this rollout. And can I also support Councillor Consolo's comments? If at the end of our budget meeting today there is some money in our surplus at some stage at the next quarterly review, I know that Councillor Consolo and I possibly may be able to rope in some other councils as well to look at can we extend these trials into particular areas. And I know that Councillor Consolo and I have our own particular areas we like to do this, but other councils might like to argue. So yeah, fantastic initiative for the very lucky people of Elwood, and perhaps further down the track we can extend this to other parts of the city.
Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be supporting this motion. I think it's a fantastic service. It's well overdue. I'm really pleased to receive all the emails of people who love this system. I hope that we can very soon roll out this program to the whole of the city of Port Phillip. I've got my own compost bin, and it's been an amazing thing to reduce landfill. My bin is always about quarter of what it used to be, and I love putting that compost back into my garden. So I'm fully supportive of this, and I think it's a great program for also reducing our landfill costs, because we are going to be looking at levies in the next 12 months or sooner than that, doubling. So if we can reduce those costs, it's going to be a benefit to the whole of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to it? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Tim, I not only get excited about rubbish, but I work in it every day. I'll be supporting this motion as, the program has already been rolled out to this area of Elwood, and it's not likely to be ceased in the future, so it's a cost-effective program in terms of continuing it. It's probably the most sought-after service across our whole municipality, and we're a long way behind other councils in this area. It's a rare program that ultimately provides a saving on the cost of our waste, which is going to increase substantially, as well as a positive impact on the environment. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Back to Councillor Baxter.
Oh, look, it's funny that, there are some programs that we put out there that just everybody loves. And what I'm happy to see here is, despite various differences over other elements of the budget, this looks like something that all the councillors love as well. So, cheers.
Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is supported unanimously. That is passed. All right. We are moving to part 3, which is 3.5.3. And this is that the Mayor calls for motions for additional changes to Budget 2021 and 22, and that these motions be considered by Council in part. Do I have a mover? Councillor Martin, seconder, Councillor Copsey. Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's fine. Yes, that is passed. So now we're going to move to part 4.
So I have a question.
So that's sort of procedural, so that we can go to the next section to consider other parts. Sorry?
Oh, Marcus and I were just reading what we were voting for, that's all. You were just a bit quick, but that's fine.
That's fine. We can put it under division and make sure the vote's clear. Would that be good?
Or we were slow, as Marcus said.
Okay. Well, let's put that to division so that everyone gets an opportunity. So let's put that to division. Part 3, all those in favour? So that's Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey. I'm having a blank today. Sorry, Councillor Martin, and all those against. Oh, Councillor Bond. All right, that motion has passed. So we're now going to move, and this allows us the motion.
Sorry, I have questions. Can I ask right now? Are there any further items that officers are working on that affect the budget?
The CEO, is that you to respond?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. And thank you for the question, Councillor Consolo. There is one additional item which we are considering to be funded from either this year or next year, depending on when we do it, which will impact this year's going to next year, which is the provision of some rental accommodation to support our food service, and we would do that in a way which also supported a community group who are looking to share a new lease space. And in doing that, that would free up the current venue being used by the Phillip Community Group, which is the Fisherman's Bend Community Centre, so that community groups could reuse it. We're not able to bring that as a recommendation tonight, but it would be circa $50,000 worth of assistance or impact on the budget if Council were to approve it when we bring it, and we will probably bring it in the next week. But it's good for the community and councillors to be aware of that.
Councillor Consolo?
I have another question. We have had concerned residents contact us about the Eco Centre Puffin gardening program being cut from the budget. What is the status of this funding?
Who's Tony Keenan?
Through you, Mayor. In the process of the budget being developed, this was a proposal that had quite a bit of discussion. It appears that this program wasn't included as a proposed cut, but an officer incorrectly communicated to the organisation that it was included as a cut to service. So it wasn't included in the original draft budget that went out for consultation for a reduction in service, but there was an error on the part of an officer who contacted the centre.
Great. So
to be clear, it's not in the proposed budget cuts.
it will continue. Be many other emailers that will be happy about that. Now, I just wanted to clarify before Councillor Baxter we get to that. Can I just, before we move into part 4 of section 4, clarify with Peter Liu where we are at with the surplus, so we're clear when we're starting to add these items, and we might get an update as each goes in. Peter Liu, do you have a current where we're at with the addition of all of these various items? Or Dennis?
Yeah, Peter's allowed me to respond. And at this point in time, we have a projected surplus of 4.167 million. 4.167.
4.167. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Baxter.
4.167.
I'd like to move a motion.
So this will be 3 point... Anyway, move the motion and we'll work out the numbers.
Right, so I have 2 motions to move, and I'm not entirely sure which order to put them in. Can I move one, we deal with it, and then I get to move another, or...?
That's probably the best way to do it, one at a time. Oh, hang on. Let me check for you, Councillor Baxter.
Okay, sure.
Because we may be able to save time and energy.
Rate relief. Next, what are you doing? Can I do rate relief? I don't know if it's... No. I don't think we can afford 820. Oh, wait, let me run the numbers while you're talking about it. Sorry.
So we will take them individually. You had your hands up for the first item, Councillor Baxter. We'll take that the first one, just one at a time.
Okay. Which one should I put first then?
Come on.
Okay, I'll do this one. So this is a motion to adjust the existing rates waiver scheme for the 2021-22 rating year, and to increase the councillor pensioner rebate for the 2021-22 rating year. I wonder whether officers have it or I should read it out, or both.
You could start reading it out while officers pop it up on the screen so that we can all hear, please.
So, adjust the existing rates waiver scheme for the 2021/22 rating year only to increase to 50% waiver on council rates up to a maximum of $1,500, and delegates to the CEO the authority to refine the criteria to ensure eligibility of COVID-impacted unemployed at an estimated cost of $825,000, including $75,000 administration costs. That's A. And B, this is not either or, this is A and B. Increase the council pensioner rebate for the 2021-22 rating year only to $200 maximum to those persons who satisfy eligibility requirements, noting that the total value of the combined state government rebate of approximately $241 maximum and council rebate will not exceed 50% of the general rate payable for the financial year at an estimated cost of $70,000, and replaces clause 3.12.8 of the recommendation with this clause.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Councillor Martin. Councillor Baxter.
Okay, so for those playing at home, what's Tim doing here? We have talked...
Sorry, Councillor Baxter, I just need to interrupt.
Oh, sure.
Sorry, through you. Can I just clarify, in Part A, we'd also need to adjust 3.12.1. I'm just going to clarify that with staff.
Sure.
Because you've made the adjustment in Part B, which is around the pensioner, but I believe we'd also, as a result of this motion, if it carries, need to adjust, not 3.12.1, 3.12.10 it should be, which talks about the financial hardship. And I just check we'd also need to adjust that with staff.
I'm happy to take officer advice on that.
Is that correct, Mr. Carroll or Ms. Bennett?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. 3.12.
Should be 10.
Yeah. Because it does mention a waiver up to 1,000, so that would need to be adjusted as well.
Thank you. So if Councillor Baxter wouldn't mind, the seconder wouldn't mind adding that in so that we can then adjust those clauses later on if this carries. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Apologies, that was an oversight. I should have advised the councillor of that beforehand.
So we're good? Okay, Councillor Baxter, sorry about that.
So given that's a minor editorial change, just say that I'm happy to do that, and hopefully my seconder does as well. So back to me speaking to the motion. So yes, what is Tim doing here? We have spoken about how the community has done it tough during COVID. We've talked about that people, whether they be renters or owners of properties who pay rates, regardless of that, have suffered in different ways. And usually the biggest case of uncertainty and financial stress as a result of COVID has come from a loss of employment or a reduction in employment. So what I seek to do here, rather than the very unfair and unjust distribution of rates that a rates freeze would undertake, I instead would prefer that we look at using a certain amount of money to provide targeted relief to those in our community who need to get a rates waiver under our existing rates waiver scheme, which has been mentioned in the Ombudsman report as one of the best ones in the state, so that they can get some assistance as a COVID response. So that's what the intent of this is, as well as to do the same thing to increase the councillor pensioner rebate for the same reason. And that way, people who are negatively affected can apply for this and get a rebate that is meaningful to them, rather than a whole number of people who may or may not be affected, each getting a very small amount of money.
Councillor Martin.
I'll approach this in speaking at a personal level and then at a citywide level. I've been involved as an executive member of a sporting club for many years, and in the last 15 months we've been trying to support a number of our 400 families who are in major financial strife. So through the sporting club, what we're doing is we're providing uniforms to players, free transport to games, no club registrations and things like that, because there are many families out there who've been severely affected by COVID and who don't complain, who don't make a lot of fuss, and are almost embarrassed to accept what they see as charity from my sporting organisation. These are the sorts of people who are really, really struggling, and many of them, when you go past, they're living in nice houses. They might have the car in the driveway. They're not driving very far because they can hardly afford the petrol. These are people who need our support. I live in a street where there are a number of very small own-your-own flats, and one-bedroom flats mainly, and a number of unemployed people living in these. And again, they don't complain, but if I happen to invite them in for a meal or give them a free beer, they're very grateful because they can't afford those sorts of luxuries. So there's a really soft underbelly here in the city of Port Phillip. And we've heard in the chamber in public question time, there are people doing it really, really tough out there. This is our chance to support those people, our ratepayers, those ratepayers who will benefit significantly by us making a payment of up to $1,500 or a rebate of up to $1,500 on their rates. Now, there are very few people who wouldn't like a rate reduction, I'm sure about that. But if we were trying to give a particular percentage rate rebate to all of our ratepayers, for some people who are probably not doing too badly, it's going to amount to a chicken dinner. But if we can target that rate relief to those people who really, really need it, those people who are trying to keep their kids at school, where there might be both breadwinners out of work, we're doing something very, very significant for those people. So I commend Councillor Baxter on his initiative in putting up this motion, and I urge you to support it so we can help those ratepayers in Port Phillip who are doing it tough because of COVID.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? No. Councillor Baxter, would you like to close, or did you want to speak to the motion? Councillor Clark?
Sorry, could I just ask a clarifying question about the cost? The total cost of this initiative is an additional 70,000, or it's the total cost?
Sorry, what was the clarifying question? Sorry, Councillor Clark?
I'm just clarifying that the cost of this proposal is 70,000. Is that? That's what I thought. So I was just looking for.
Was that? Yeah, it's right.
Thank you.
Great. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Pearl.
Just a clarifying question. I've got two examples in my family that I'd like to get some advice on in this context. First one is a family member of mine who's 74 years old who lost his job. Would he qualify for the unemployment benefit? What's the definition of unemployment? The second one is, and these are real life examples, another person who's 75 years old who lost their job and is on the pension, would they get double the benefit? If we get clarification on those two questions, please.
Chris Carroll?
Through you, Mayor, we'd still need to work through some of the details of exactly how we'd roll it out in terms of adjusting our financial hardship policy. So I'd have to take that on notice and come back as we work through that.
Councillor Pearl?
So just a follow-up question. What is the definition of an unemployed person under this scheme and how it's being costed?
So in providing an estimate in terms of costing for this particular item, we've been really clear as officers that it's very uncertain what the cost would be. What we've tried to do is based on a number of job seekers in the municipality, assumed a certain portion of those would be eligible because they'd be ratepayers or households that are paying rates, and that a certain portion, around 50% of those, would then be, no, I'm not taking my mask down, sorry, would then be eligible for would apply for and potentially be eligible for the support. And then we've assumed an average, if you go to the 1,500, of around $1,000 would be the average kind of subsidy that would be provided. So we'd be definitely looking for people who are on the job seeker in terms of the unemployment component of it, but we still need to do further work on exactly how this would apply.
Do you want to say something, Peter?
Through you, Mayor. Mr Carroll, can you just answer the second part? Would they be eligible for both the pensioner rebate and the unemployment? We'd sort that out presumably through criteria.
Yeah, that's as per my initial response.
Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Consolo?
Thank you. When I foreshadowed earlier about what I was bringing here, this motion actually takes away the ability to do the other part of it with sort of some financial parts to it. So although I do support targeted rate relief, I think it's really important to understand that I was meeting somewhere in the middle, and I proposed to rate discount at a certain rate and a targeted rate relief. So this is one of those things that I do believe in this, but the amount is a bit higher. So I have to do some quick soul searching to understand how this plays out. But on a clarifying question, I think it's important for me to understand what reach and impact this has. So maybe it has to be taken on notice, but the idea is if someone was a pilot who was earning a very good wage, has lost their career essentially, this industry's fallen over, they might now have gone and taken employment in security or stacking shelves or something else to just try to make ends meet. Would they be classified as unemployed? Are we actually reaching more from this, or is it, I just want to make sure that what we're agreeing here actually is reaching what we want.
Chris Carroll?
That's a good question. Officers have been asked to come up with some, additional options for how we could adjust our financial hardship policy to assist those who are impacted by COVID and are unemployed. Our existing financial hardship policy does provide capacity to support unemployed people. it relies a fair bit on judgment and based on information that's provided to the CFO, who works through that process and determining based on individual circumstances whether a waiver should be provided and what level of waiver should be provided. There's no hard and fast rules that we've developed so far. What we'll be looking to do here is how we could promote it more widely, potentially have a larger increase in terms of the waiver that might be available, and look at the criteria a bit further so we can be a bit clearer and targeted a bit more towards those who've been impacted by COVID and are unemployed. But we would be looking to see that, generally that people are on job seeker and therefore eligible for unemployment benefits and how that might apply. But more broadly, we do consider people who aren't on job seeker under our existing financial hardship policy. People come to us and talk to us about what their financial circumstances are. They could be have a family health situation. That's generally the kind of support where people are coming to us, where they have a really short-term inability to pay rates, and the kind of support that we would provide on average around $600, $700 makes a big difference for them. But we would still need to work through specifically how we would refine the criteria further. But there is a fair bit of capacity under the existing financial hardship. It just requires evidence to be provided, and it requires the CFO to apply some judgment in how he assesses each of those applications. That's why there would be some administrative cost if we were to significantly increase the number of people accessing it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I could just add to Chris's response there. You will recall the Ombudsman, Victoria Ombudsman, has recently done an investigation into financial hardship policies at councils, and I think it was Councillor Baxter referenced this earlier. But we are, as councillors, are waiting for some guidance from local Government Victoria and indeed MAV to provide a more sector-wide response to financial hardship. So some of that advice will be able to shape the development of our policy moving forward. But at the moment, there is the remit for me as CFO, and I've reviewed about 30 of these in the last 12 months. And typically, the person who gets the $700 or thereabouts waiver is somebody who is on job seeker, but more often than not there is extenuating circumstances regarding their own personal health or the health of family members. So this is very much a bit of a developing subject in the context of the clear advice that was provided by the Ombudsman, excuse me, that as a sector we have not covered ourselves in glory in financial hardship management over the journey. Thank you.
Sorry, a clarifying question again?
Yes.
That $75,000 admin cost, if, say, the 825 was reduced, at what point would that come down in the administration cost?
So through you, Mayor, I guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, but I think at the moment what we're assuming is that there might be around 750 people who would be eligible and receive this, and you might have, potentially 1,000 applications. So it's really the volume of applications, not the level of individual support, if you know what I mean. So if you adjusted the waiver from 1,000 to 1,250, but we still had 750 people to process, the administrative cost would be the same. It's really going to be driven by the number of applications we receive and the amount of work we need to go through in assessing those applications. We'll try and make it as efficient as possible, but it does require a little bit of evidence to be provided and some discussion with individuals under the financial hardship.
Are there any more clarifying questions around this one? So where did we get to? So Councillor Baxter has spoken. Have you spoken? Councillor Martin, you've spoken. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the motion while Councillor Consola is getting governance advice? Anyone like to speak to it? Oh, Councillor Pearl. Yep.
Thanks very much. The intention of this motion is good in terms of being targeted, but it does need to be targeted. And from what we're hearing based on the questions is the target is very defined. And the quote that was concerning to me was, at the moment, there's no hard and fast rules about who gets this money or the criteria in which they get it. And that is deeply concerning to me. Good governance would indicate that we should wait for the right advice so that we don't misfire ratepayer funds. And I hear that there's advice coming. Schemes like the federal schemes such as pink bats, etc., should remind us that we need to ensure that we give officers very clear directions from a policy point of view about where funds go and how it's directed to ensure that those funds don't get placed into the wrong hands, so to speak, and the targeted relief that is intended here actually hits the target it's intended to. So I think there's enough grey around this potential amendment for good governance principles to prevail and for people to probably follow me and not support the motion or abstain from the motion.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Clark.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm not unsympathetic to the people who find themselves unemployed. I too have found myself in that position. And however, I'm comfortable in what I've understood through the budget process with the officers' program that they currently have, the assessments that they currently make, that the people who need the support are getting the support, and that we have the right policy settings at the moment. This comes with a cost that is over $800,000 is not something that we can afford to implement. So that said, I do have some sympathy for the pensioners. If this was separated out, I would have some sympathy for the pensioners. But as the motion is at the moment, I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Would anyone else like Councillor Consolo?
So we do a clarifying question. People have the opportunity at this moment to amend, correct?
Yes, you do. Councillor Bond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A wise man recently said to me that the closest thing to eternal life is a government-funded program. And what I fear we're going to be doing here is just creating another council-funded program that will continue on into eternity, and no council will ever have the ability or the will to make this a one-year program. So I won't be supporting this on the basis that all we're going to do here is create an ongoing program that people will expect and demand year after year after year. So I can't support this. If there was a one-off rates relief rebate given to all residents, I would have confidence that that wouldn't be supported in future years. Therefore, it truly would be a one-off rates relief program, and I would find myself likely to support that depending on what that was if it was put forward here tonight. But as it stands, we're just creating another ongoing $1 million, $945,000, I just added it up, ongoing spending for this council, which ironically would take up half of that $23 million rates gap over the next 10 years that we were so worried about 2.5 hours ago.
Would anyone else like to speak to the Councillor Consolo?
Just want to ask if I've been considered to have spoken to the substantive motion or the motion, because before it would have been possibly part of a clarifying question.
No, you were only asking clarifying questions.
Wonderful, thank you. Like I said earlier, that there was an idea that I had to bring rate relief, and if I'm projecting the numbers correctly of how the vote's going to go, it's not going to get up. So we're going to spend a lot of time getting back to something like this. Maybe the amount's higher, but I feel confident that if we are looking at this through the lens of COVID, if people have to come to us and qualify for this policy and it costs $825,000, I'd feel more comfortable that we did the right thing for this 1 year, with COVID in mind. If it doesn't get spent, it doesn't get spent. That's what the part of the budget is. If I start reducing this amount, the administration costs isn't going down. So it's not helping. That extra bit that it might never get used, but if it does, that's saying that there was an extra need this year, and that's why we have our hardship policy. So as much as I wanted to bring something else around a rate discount, we can't actually afford, and it's not going to play out. It's not actually going to get up from what I wanted to do early this morning. So I'm really sorry that couldn't come through, but this is probably the best result in the end for the money, that we can help people, and I really encourage people to take up this process, and we will make sure that when we revise any wording behind it and consideration that we do with the best intent of who can get it. So thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? I'll briefly speak. I will support targeted rate relief. I know lots of creatives who, for the first time in their lives, were both on JobKeeper or JobSeeker, and previously have not been in that position. So I am happy to support a targeted approach. If there is genuine need, I think for some of those people in genuine need, $100 general money off their rates does not do as much as $600 off their rates. So I'm very happy to support this. And I will note it is just for 1 year and make that very clear. This is a COVID relief special. We always have a good hardship policy, and our officers are always willing to work with it, but this is for 1 year as part of COVID relief. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought I'd just address some of the things that some of the other councillors have said. So to address Councillor Pearl's concerns, our hardship program exists already and deals with people in varying circumstances. There has never been any hard and fast rules about who can and can't get hardship. It has to be judged on a case-by-case basis. It always does, because people's circumstances are always different. That has been the case for the entirety of this council's hardship policy, and that would not change with this hardship policy. The main difference would be to refine the criteria to ensure eligibility of COVID-impacted unemployed. Right, so that would be the purpose of that. To address Councillor Bond's concern that this would be ongoing, it very specifically says it would do this in this year only as a COVID relief measure. We've done quite a lot of COVID relief measures that are for this year only, and if we went with the idea that there will be an expectation that all of these must be repeated every year, it'd be farcical, right? We understand that there are things that we need to do for 1 year as a COVID response, and that makes sense to do that. I want to address Councillor Clark's concern about the cost. I would just say that the cost, to say that we can't afford the 895. Thanks, Councillor Bond. That we can't afford that cost. That is less than half of the cost that Councillor Clark just tried to do in a rate freeze. So if we can afford that, we can definitely afford less than half of that. So I love the magic tricks with the numbers, but numbers don't lie. So this is not really a motion I particularly wanted to put. I still believe that the best way council can spend ratepayers' money is on projects that benefit the entire community, whether or not they own a property. But I've had many conversations with many councillors who are really concerned about ratepayers who are doing it tough through COVID. And so what I've done here, rather than look at an across-the-board rates freeze or cut, which would not be targeted and would, as Councillor Pearl said, there'd be nothing there to meet criteria to make sure it got to the people that needed it. Here is a targeted way that we can actually get money to people who are doing it tough, and a concrete thing that we can do. So when I hear councillors in this chamber say we need to take care of our residents and ratepayers, we need to take care of these people who voted us in, I would say this is what we're doing. If someone's doing it tough, they can come to us, and we have beefed up, or we will, if this passes, beef up this program to help them. And we will work with them to do that. So please, councillors, even those who have said that they won't be supporting this, I urge you to support relief and assistance after this economically devastating pandemic for people in our community that need it. If you believe in taking care of ratepayers, show it.
Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That,
Can I request a division, please?
Yes, that motion is passed, so we'll vote again. And I'm going to do it slowly so that the officers can record it. I apologise. So all those in favour, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin. And all those against, Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl and Councillor Clark. Okay, so that's the... would anyone else like to bring a motion? I'm going to Councillor Copsey. Yeah, Councillor Copsey.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to bring a motion regarding sustainability programs, which I am just getting up on my screen.
That's
I'm so
all right.
sorry. I've had device trouble tonight. And the officers do have the words, so if they've got them there,
we're getting it up on the screen, everyone?
please feel free to jump ahead of me. Here we are. So the motion I would like to bring is addition of $20,000 to the 2021-22 budget to deliver community-based programs including environmental leaders and the Sustainable Business Network. Oh my God. There it is. And notes that in the event additional staff resources are required to deliver the sustainability program of work during the financial year, that Office will bring this before the Council through the quarterly budget review process.
Do I have a seconder for that as it goes on the screen? Do I have a seconder? I'll second that. Okay, we'll just wait till we get it on the screen. Is that correct, Councillor Copsey?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, would you like to speak to the motion?
So, thank you so much to those who have contacted us throughout the budget process. These were some of the cuts that were proposed to environmental programs, and I am urging councillors tonight to support the addition of $20,000 to allow two highly valued programs that help our community to respond to climate challenges to continue. I might save some of this for closing. So essentially, these are two programs that I think are really valuable because they actually are about things happening in our community. The Sustainable Business Network is a fantastic forum for our local businesses that are looking to operate more sustainably, and we know that as well. We know that business actually is really stepping up to the plate in terms of climate action and has so much to offer in our community in terms of community emissions reductions. In fact, it's one of the areas where we will really need to see reductions if we're to meet our targets. So the Business Network has been fantastic. I urge councillors who haven't had an opportunity to experience it yet to go along. If hopefully this motion is successful, and I do really hope that in the not too distant future we'll be able to go back to in-person events, because the networking aspect of that is incredibly valuable. And just on the Environmental Leaders Program, this is a fantastic program that where community members who have an idea around emissions reduction can come and get expert advice from our officers, and a great forum in which to develop their idea to actually get it off the ground. So both of these are about actually producing outcomes in the community and harnessing the energy that our community has for addressing the climate challenge and doing things in just generally a more environmentally friendly way. I would hope that councillors will support the continuation of these great programs.
Is it a question? I'm going to second. I'm just going to make a note. I've just taken a look at time. We have got a long way to go. So, councillors, I'm going to ask you to be succinct in your speaking to any of these items. Otherwise, we may have to at midnight call it off and come back. So we will take another break. So we've got a long way to go. So I'm just going to ask you to be quick. I'm just in support of this. Would anyone else like to speak to it? Councillor Consolo.
Yeah, the only part I can add to this that's really important is I did listen to that environmental leaders thing, and I think that people should think of it as a startup. It's really supporting the ideas that people have in that opportunity, that forum. And for this amount of money, we could be seeing some incredible outcomes for our community. So this is actually an investment in new businesses and startups. And there might be an opportunity to shift a little bit within a business network to be more strategic about the outcome. So I'm supporting this.
Councillor Sirikoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering, Council already does have the Sustainable Business Network operating.
So clarifying question, this is to continue the funding for it.
So we already have officers in those positions employed?
Could we clarify that? Who's that going to? Kylie, could we clarify, do we have officers already?
Through you, Mayor, in the draft council plan, 2 new community programs were included this year, including partnering with inner Melbourne councils to explore options for renters, apartment dwellers and businesses to access renewable energy, in addition to an advisory service to engage with industrial business services. So they were 2 new community activities that were proposed through the plan. Through the draft plan, it was articulated that the Environmental Leaders Program and the Sustainable Business Network would not continue in their current form in the draft plan that went out for consultation.
But to clarify, so we currently would have to have another staff member to deliver both those new programs and the sustainable.
So how many staff members do we already have?
Through you, Mayor, through this motion that is currently before council, it indicates that if you were to support it, what we would do throughout the course of the year would be to determine what, if any, resources we need to deliver on the complete sustainability program, which includes the existing programs and the 2 new programs that were included. In terms of the number of staff involved in the sustainability area, I'd take that question on notice.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion?
So I'm a little bit confused here. We already have a sustainable network group going. We already do have staff in this area.
So you can speak to the item, or is there a clarifying question? We have to take it on notice. So would you like?
And are we actually spending $20,000 then to employ more people?
Councillor Sirikoff, you can't make a statement. You need to ask a question or speak to the motion. I'm sorry. Yeah. So the officers have said they'll have to clarify the number for you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, well, I'm uncertain about this motion because if we already have staff employed in this area, because I have sat in on some of the seminars by Zoom, and so if we've already got an existing workforce, I'm unsure why we're putting more money towards this. And does it mean, and I'm not sure if I really want to be then increasing the staff numbers so we can implement this $20,000.
The CEO would like to add something.
Through you, Mayor, I'll just clarify and answer the first question. So 2 of the new initiatives that Kylie Bennett's mentioned, which was the industrial emitters and working with people to get renewable energy, were going to be put into the plan without budget because we were going to use existing staff for those 2 new initiatives. So they remain in the budget and those staff will be employed in doing that. These programs are due to end. If the Council's desire is to continue them, then we may need, if we haven't got spare capacity, to bring back at a future review the need for some additional staff. But the cost of these at the moment is $20,000. So the current staff are running these until the end of June, but with the new plan they'll be moved to new initiatives from the beginning of July, and therefore if they haven't got the capacity to keep doing this as well as those 2 new initiatives, there may be a need for some additional staffing, which we'll bring back at a future quarterly review.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Copsey.
Thanks. So that's the purpose of the wording of this motion, is that Council will hear about it if we require additional staff. So that is taken care of in the motion. The only thing I wanted to say in closing was that I heard on the submissions night and again tonight the desire from our community for Council to do more on sustainability and to walk the talk when it comes to our climate emergency declaration. I certainly consider that we do need to do more in this space. I am hopeful that we'll see these 2 important programs reinstated, and I'm really hopeful through the term of Council that we'll see more commitment from this Council to tackle what is a really significant threat to our municipality because of how we're situated, but also presents such great opportunities because I know we have so much community passion and support for tackling climate locally. So thank you so much for everybody who has expressed that. I just wanted to acknowledge and agree with those sentiments that have been expressed. And I also wanted in closing to restate that the Eco Centre Puffin program is within the draft budget, which is otherwise I would have brought it as part of this motion. But for those who have written to us about the Eco Centre, that's in the draft budget and doesn't need to be added through an amendment. I hope we'll see these programs restored as well. Thank you.
Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Okay, I'm sure a division will be called. All those in favour? Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin. All those against? Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl and Councillor Clark. Okay, so we're still part of Part 4 to Section 4. Are there any other motions to be put? Councillor Sirikoff.
I would like to ask where we are up to with the surplus. Have we gone over the line?
So we'll get an update, please, on the surplus amount that if all these items that have passed are included. Where are we at?
Yes, through you, Mayor. With that last adjustment there, we are now at a cumulative cash surplus for 21-22 of $3.252 million.
Thank you. Councillor, have you a motion?
Well, another question too is, I don't know if this is a motion, but was there any consideration amongst the councillors that we would be keeping some money aside for a rainy day? There was mention in meetings of $2 million.
I can clarify that. That is something that we have agreed to keep a surplus of a certain amount, but we are not looking at it in at this point.
Can you repeat that number, please?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, with that last adjustment there of $20,000, we now have a cumulative cash surplus for 21-22 budget at $3.272 million.
Councillor Baxter to move another motion.
Sorry, that was $3.252 million. Apologies.
52. Councillor Baxter.
I have a motion to move, Madam Mayor, if that's okay. Yep. So I would like to move a motion to restore the $50,000 per annum funding for access to Ripponlea Gardens. I think the officers have the correct wording. Kirsty, it's changed a couple of times.
Do we have a seconder while we put that on the board? I'm happy to second on that one. Maybe while we're getting it on the screen, given we know a little bit about this one, you'd like to talk to it, keep the mouse moving, Councillor Baxter,
Sure, yeah,
and we can correct any adjustments if there are errors in putting it on the screen.
I'll just mention a couple of things I didn't mention when we talked about it before, is that I note that, there's been a couple of people who have said that, look, we have access to open space in Port Phillip, and and I personally have access and I can go to places, and that may well be true, but this area that we're talking about, Balaclava, East St Kilda, Ripponlea, has the lowest access, the lowest amount of open space in the city of Port Phillip. It has about 6% open space compared to the rest of the city of Port Phillip, which has significantly more. So when we talk about the city of Port Phillip is doing okay, perhaps areas that have a foreshore or a giant lake-filled reserve might be good access, but we don't have that in Balaclava and East St Kilda and Ripponlea. So, but more so than that, it's yes, we do have parks, but while I may be able to walk to, say, Alma Park from my place, my 4-year-old daughter cannot. And what you find out when you have little kids is you actually find out how inaccessible a lot of areas of our city are for people with prams, for people who may have wheelchairs or walkers or other things. You may actually start to realise that things are not as easy, accessible or convenient for everyone as they might be for me, an able-bodied, young-ish man. So I urge councillors to think of that the benefit that this provides to our community is not just to people like us, but to all sorts of different people who need accessible and wonderful open space near them. So I commend the motion to keep access to Ripponlea.
Just check, Councillor Baxter, that is correct, the wording for you. Yep. Okay, my seconding, this is about equity. This is an interim measure, long-term interim measure until we can actually deliver more open space, like maybe the part of the cemetery in East St Kilda. So I support this. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Let's put back to Councillor Baxter. Let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That motion is carried.
Division, please.
Yeah, under division, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin. All those against? I'm going to go this way. Councillor Clark, Councillor Pearl, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Bond. That motion is carried. Do we have any further motions for Part 4, Section 4? Section 4, Part 4. Councillor Consolo.
Knowing we have to talk about this again, but I need to add $141,000 to the 2021 to 22 budget for the quality subsidy for childhood management. Quality subsidy for community managed childcare from 4% to 5% for 2021 to 22 only. Hope you got that. If you did.
So while they do that up, do we have a seconder? Councillor Copsey. Do you want to speak to this while they get the words on the screen, Councillor Consolo?
No, I think we've already discussed this at length. It's just part of the process to now add it into the budget, and so it doesn't change from earlier how I feel about it.
Councillor Copsey.
I'll just note that my preference would have been that we would reinstate this ongoing, but given the earlier decision of Council, I'm glad to see the funding going back in for 1 year.
While we're still waiting for it to come up on the screen, is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this? I will have to hold off on the vote until it's on screen. Okay. All right, so that's correct, the wording?
Yes, thank you. So in closing?
Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion, or we'll go back to Councillor Consolo? Would you like to close?
Yes, I just want to talk about the 1 year versus longer. It's for it to be reviewed. So I think it's good it's in there this year. It flags it to these centres, and we will look at it again next year. Thank you.
All right, let's put that to the vote. I'm going to call it under division, save some time. All those in favour? Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin. All those against? Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Clark, Councillor Clark. And one abstention.
Through you, Mayor, can I just clarify for councillors that the previous surplus had already factored in that childcare amount and the Rip and Lee amount from your last two decisions. So I think 3.252 is where we're sitting. I'm just getting a nod from Dennis O'Keefe.
Through you, Mayor, yes, it's 3.252. We'd already factored in those from the previous motions.
Great, so we are at 3.
Sorry, I can't understand that. So
we're still, so both Rip and Lee and the childcare subsidy were already included in that surplus that we were updated on, so it still remains at 3.252. So it hasn't dropped. All right, any other motions for people to bring? I will bring a motion. I'd like to, include an addition of $15,000 per month for 3 months for food relief to the Port Phillip community group. Now, there is fine wording in that. I'll read it fully out. Addition of $15,000 per month for 3 months, being $45,000 in the 21-22 financial year to Port Phillip Community Group for food relief for vulnerable, disadvantaged residents, and asks Port Phillip Community Group to, wherever possible and feasible, source this food relief through local businesses and traders. And I should note it's up to that amount. It may not all be needed. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Martin. I'll quickly speak to this. This was actually part of the COVID relief package, and somehow I missed it in the initial passing information on to officers. So we understand with the lockdowns and COVID continuing, there is a lot of food insecurity in our community. So this is to top up the excellent work that the Port Phillip Community Group is doing in conjunction with many other organisations in the municipality and to ensure that international students or whoever needs it has access to food. So I'm hoping that everyone will support it. Councillor Martin.
They do an amazing job. I was fortunate enough to be involved with them at the start of COVID with some of their work. It's just fantastic work and they help so many people. I can't see how we can't support this motion.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? I'll just check the reading of it. Excuse me for a moment. Yep. I don't need to close. Let's put that to the vote under division. All those for the motion for $15,000 per month. So we've got Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin. Those against, Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Clark, and an abstention. So that motion is carried. Are there any further motions for Section 4, Part 4? I have one more, but if someone's got one ahead of me. I'd like to put into the budget an amount of $200,000 for the 21-22 financial year to support economic development activities in the municipality, and request that officers work with the Business Advisory Group and Council to develop specific initiatives for implementation as soon as possible to support our business community. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Consolo. So while that's coming on the screen, we formed at the end of, or the beginning of COVID, a business advisory group to give us advice on the kind of issues going on in the city where they had expertise and we did not. And however, in this budget, we did not put any monies aside to deliver on any of the projects or suggestions they may make. There are lots of opportunities for this money. We are going to develop the parameters, but it could be to help support social enterprise take the next step, for startups, for beautification, for destination marketing campaigns. There's a whole lot of things that it could possibly fit in. It may not all get spent, but that $200K will sit there for great opportunities to help support our business community. Councillor Consolo.
I agree in similar lines. I think we have a business advisory group. If we don't put some money behind it, like their submissions asked for, then why do we have a business advisory group that they can say how this money should be used? And we ultimately have the final say, but we're giving them, the experts in the field, an opportunity to suggest some ideas that maybe the council officers or we haven't thought of. So if we don't give it that, why do we do it?
Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? Councillor Martin.
Can I ask a question through you, Madam Mayor? Will all 9 councils have a chance to have input into making suggestions to this group so that we can hear the views of all of our councillors before the group actually starts developing these initiatives?
Carly Bennett.
Through you, Mayor, yes, absolutely. Officers would work very closely with all councillors through the briefing process, as well as working closely with the Business Advisory Group if council were to adopt this motion tonight.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? If not, let's put this under division. All those in support? For the motion, Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Martin, Councillor Copsey. All those against, Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Clark and an abstention. Are there any more motions for this part 4? Would anyone else like to put any more motions? All right, well that's that section done. We might take a 5-minute break, and noting the time is, if we come back at 5 to 11, oh goodness, 5 to 11, and that.
Give us 10, we might be able to fix part 6 now as well.
Oh, okay, so we'll give you 10. So come back, I'll give you 11. I'll come back at like just before 11 o'clock, and hopefully we'll make the most of that last hour to move through quickly. Yep. Okay, so do I have a mover? Is that to moving Councillor Copsey to move? Do I have a seconder for section 5? Councillor, thank you, Martin. Councillor Copsey.
Well, this section is noting our council plan and the financial plan, and we've spoken a lot about the budget tonight, but actually we're adopting a number of really important documents that signal the start of our council term. I think people may have things they want to say, so I'm just going to reserve my right for this one.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Councillor Copsey. Can I just note for those people who are watching on Zoom the enormous amount of work that the 9 people around this table and all the council officers have put into developing the council plan. I hate to think the number of hours that we put in, and I hope that the people at Port Phillip who've been involved in the consultation process are happy with the document that's finally arrived, and I look forward to its circulation.
Press the button. Councillor Baxter.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, we spent a long time putting together this council plan. I think that much like this council, it will have a number of different priorities, and I think that we are quite a varied group, and it's been probably a bit difficult to come together with a document that we can all feel has a bit of us in there. But I do think this document reflects that. There's all sorts of things that I wish were different and stuff, but that's because I'm me. But I do think that this is definitely our document. I think it's reflective of the council that we have and the council that was elected. And it's our job to implement it over the next 4 years. So let's get to it.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Copsey?
I wanted to note the adoption of this year's council plan and this suite of documents actually includes, for the first time, a really important new document, which is the community vision. We had changes to the Local Government Act recently which have enhanced the ability of the community to, or a desire for enhanced community engagement with councils. And I just wanted to note the extraordinary input that came from our community during the community panel that was undertaken in order to develop that vision. I think it was really comprehensive. It reflected the various views in the community, and it also hit a number of touchstones for really important work that we're going to be undertaking as part of our council plan. I am really proud of the council plan. It doesn't go as far in some of the sections as I would like to see it go, particularly around sustainability, but we've got good work in progress on some of those topics, and I hope that we'll continue that discussion. I think the council plan really does reflect a lot of the wonderful benefits that we have from living in this beautiful place and in this very caring and connected community. We're stewards of land here, as well as trying to look out for our community and continue to invest in the things that make this a beautiful place to live. So I'm very proud to adopt that council plan. I think it gives us a good plan of how we're going to serve the community over the next 4 years. And I also did want to take a moment tonight to really acknowledge the very hard work of the officers who I can say as a councillor who's returning from a previous term, the last year of the previous term was really difficult. There was so much change, and I just wanted to really acknowledge the very, very hard work that has been going on for well over 12 months from officers responding to an incredibly challenging set of circumstances, and then inducting a new council under those circumstances and bringing us to this point. I think you're all worth your weight in gold, and I really appreciate the very hard work that's been undertaken in order to provide councillors with all of the information to answer their requests, which have been numerous during this time. We're a very inquisitive bunch, and I really just wanted to call that out because a lot of people don't appreciate, I think, the work that goes on behind the scenes in order to bring all of this together, and it's fitting to acknowledge it as council because you help us to make the best decisions for our community. So thank you very much.
All right, let's put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Councillor Bond. Okay. That motion is passed. So that's
Division,
section 5.
please.
Division. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Martin, Councillor Gopsey, Councillor Pearl and Councillor Clark. All those against? Councillor Bond. That motion is carried. We're moving on to section 6. Are there any questions for officers on section 6? No? If not, do I have a mover?
So, sorry, just confirming that those changes were made to it that from the other things.
Or we just, yes, that's a good point.
3.12 point.
3.12.8 and 3.12.10.
So those have been changed?
Yes. And do we need to update anywhere the surplus anywhere? No. No. Should we check where the surplus is at? Okay. Okay. So that's clarified. So that all that includes all these changes. All right. Do I have a mover or a seconder or something different for section 6? Councillor Martin to move. Councillor Baxter to second. Councillor Martin.
As I spoke earlier when I spoke to the previous motion, this represents the culmination of an enormous amount of work, and many, many, many people have had an enormous amount of input into it. And the most important people are the elected representatives of the City of Port Phillip, and they're the 9 people sitting around this table. And there have been all sorts of discussions, debates, differences of opinion, but I think everyone around the table has had some major input into the document, and not all of us have got everything that we want in there, but I think all of us can be proud of the amount of time and effort that we've put in there. The next group of people who need to be thanked are our council officers, our ELT, and in fact all the council officers who've been supportive of them in answering the many, many, many requests that we as councillors send back to them, sometimes on a weekly basis, sometimes on a daily basis, in the last few days probably on an hourly basis, and their patience and their forbearance and putting up with the many, many requests that they get from us. I cannot thank them enough. I'd also like to thank all the residents of the City of Port Phillip, not just our ratepayers, but everyone who lives in the City of Port Phillip, all of those people who've had put into this process, the people that I've met when I've been standing under the marquees in the rain with council officers, when they've provided me with advice. I didn't agree with all of their advice, but at least they've been giving it in a forthright way, and I thank that. All the people who've contributed in any online forums, all the people who've come and spoken in public question time. There are just so many people, and there's probably not one person in the City of Port Phillip who will agree with every single line in the budget or every single word that's printed in the council plan, but everyone in the City of Port Phillip can take enormous pride in being part of the documents that we've produced tonight and the documents that we've passed so far, and hopefully when we pass this last motion. And again, I just commend everyone across the municipality for their involvement, and I hope that we as councillors and the council officers can implement very effectively the plan that you, the residents and ratepayers of Port Phillip, have helped us put together.
Councillor Baxter.
A big here to pretty much everything that Councillor Martin said. I just want to take this opportunity to just acknowledge the real baptism of fire this entire process is, especially for newly elected councillors, especially in a pandemic and where we've had to be doing things online and we've been struggling to find opportunities to get together and discuss these sorts of things. It actually has been really, really hard for people, and I wanted to thank each and every councillor for really making the effort to do the best we can under the circumstances. I really think each and every councillor has had something really valuable to add to this entire process, and that we have done so. From here, I think the learning curve gets a little bit less steep, not just for those people who are new councillors, but even for those who might be returning like myself, and we can perhaps spend a bit more time delving really deeply into the things that that inspired us to get onto council. Now that we're not, nose deep in the budget, we can start looking at, some of those other things that we think are important, but kind of needs to be put off because this stuff's really important too. I also just want to echo the support for the officers who have been. It's been difficult for the councillors to work in a pandemic environment. It's been very difficult for the officers to work in a pandemic environment. And I want to especially thank the CEO, the senior leadership team, and all of the staff for all just the really crazy amount of work that they've put in. On my laptop here, I have little dings that come up where I can see that an officer has gotten back to a resident about an issue at 10:40 at night. This is how hard our officers work, and I think that is not acknowledged enough. Like Councillor Martin did, I also want to acknowledge the huge engagement that we've had from the community on all of the things that we've discussed when it comes to the budget and the council plan. We have a very diverse but incredibly politically engaged community who know what's going on at Town Hall and generally have an opinion on it. And I'm glad that we have that. I'm glad that we're not in a sleepy town that has no idea what we're doing. We have a very engaged group of people who let us know about these sorts of things. It's our job to try and widen that and make sure that we're reaching the people who are a bit less engaged as well. But I think we're doing a pretty good job so far. So thank you to all of those people.
Would anyone else like to speak to Section 6, the motion for Section 6? I'll quickly put my 2 cents worth in. I just want to acknowledge all the emails that I personally received, and I think other councillor received them too. We haven't got back to you, most of us, and I apologise, it's just not possible, but we have got them, received them and heard them. So I do want to thank for the contribution of the community. I'll add my thanks to councillors and officers. I appreciate the big, deep thinking and hard thinking that has gone on for everyone. But this is the start. This is the council plan. we're heading in a certain direction with priorities, and one of them is FOGO, amongst many others. So this is the starting point of a process now for the next 3.5 years where there's so much more to do. We'll invest and we'll innovate and we'll improve and we'll expand and create and we'll engage and we'll listen and we'll debate, and we will try to represent our community to the best of our abilities. But this is the starting point. So again, I commend this Section 6 to you, this whole council plan, council vision, community vision, the health and wellbeing, and of course all of the financial parts. But this is collectively coming round to heading in a direction for our community and getting through this next difficult stage of the pandemic. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'd just like to say that from my perspective, this is a disappointing budget with a 1.5% rate increase. It's a poor outcome for our community in the middle of COVID, that as a collective we couldn't find 1% saving for our community to demonstrate our goodwill for them, to help them through difficult times and bring some affordability back to the rates that are charged by this council and across our municipalities. So, yeah, it's a really disappointing budget from my perspective and the people and the community that we represent. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? No, we'll go back and round back to Councillor Martin.
I think I've said nearly all that needs to be said. I appreciate that in any debate we have, I don't like the words winners and losers, people whose arguments have been supported and others whose arguments haven't, but over the course of the last 7 months since I've been on council, I think we've all had a chance to put forward our ideas, we've had a chance to debate our ideas. We're not always going to convince at least 5 other people that we're right, but it's really important that we keep on doing that. And I take note of what Councillor Clark has just said, and she and Councillor Sirikoff have been very clear. They know what their constituents elected them for, and they've been true to that, and they've stuck to their word. And I think they're to be commended on being true to the people who have elected them. I also believe that although we may not have provided rate relief the way that perhaps Councillor Clark and Councillor Sirikoff would have requested, we are putting just over $900,000 back to those people who need it, and I'd hope that all of us, whether we agree that's the most appropriate way of providing rate relief or not, I think there's agreement around the table that this budget needed to provide some sort of support to those people who are doing it tough, and I think the only issue is we might all agree with exactly the correct way of doing it, but I think we've all done it. We'll go away from here as councillors, and no doubt when we come back to our next meeting in 2 weeks' time, we'll have our particular issues we want to bring along, and the debates will continue. We'll have our quarterly financial reviews coming up every 3 months, and again we'll be debating what we all believe we should be doing in the best interest of the City of Port Phillip. I think it's fantastic that we have so much passion around the table here, and the fact that no matter what a councillor says, the other councillors here are always prepared to hold that council to account. If we keep doing that, we're going to have a very, very good council. So again, thank you, councillors, for all of your efforts. Thank you, officers, and thank you to the people of the City of Port Phillip. And I hope we have unanimous support for this motion.
So let's put that Section 6 to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Let's
call a division, please.
Yep, a division. I knew that was coming. All right. All those in favour: Councillor Baxter, Councillor Consolo, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Copsey, Councillor Martin, and all those against: Councillor Bond, Councillor Sirikoff, Councillor Pearl, and Councillor Clark. The motion is carried. I'm just checking that. Thank goodness is the last section of tonight's special item. Just jump in, governance, if I'm about to say the wrong thing. There being no further business, I declare the special council meeting closed. Thank you, everyone.